Penis.
I'm not sure if you were early or late on that, but we'll see in the recording.
Right in the middle.
You've been exploring the Library of Quetzali, a pit stop during your travels across Tanzia on your way to Tectahos and a number of other locations along the way. Dejar acquired for you all a task given by the head archivist and archmage of the library, Etzil Azcatl. This task being unlock and explore a place called the Tomb of the Dragon Rider and locate a number of artifacts within, the key of which he helped you activate, which you now have with you. You've also been perusing the vast archives of the library to acquire some insights regarding some topics of curiosity. Last session was very sort of research and lore heavy session. Dejar inquired about a figure called Mortaris Dredge and what you discovered to be his following called the Deathwalkers, a highly elusive group of radicals dedicated to Mortaris, this figure who betrayed Voldis at the climactic battle at the end of the War of the Undying. This following who takes after their leader in wielding the power of necromancy against the Awakened, sort of a sort of fire with fire type philosophy here. Dejar also inquired about the Ioshan rainforest, located south of Tanzia over the mountains, a dense, unexplored and humid jungle thriving with all sorts of dangerous flora and fauna, home to the ancient Surask peoples, these sort of dangerous lizard folk, as well as other beastmen. Grunka sought to study the weaknesses of Gengar the Magnanimous, the Goblin King, the Arch-Goblin. Though beyond defeating him in single combat and absorbing his powers, little else was discovered, prompting him to move on to researching the figure called Incendrius the Scarmaker, to which he learned the elemental fire spirit's true name, true nature as a lord of fire, and his fearsome reputation during the Primordial War, when the elemental titans battled the high heavens. Grunka learned of Incendrius' companion, Cinder the Phoenix, who watches over her master's last remains. And he also learned of the Scarmaker's legendary axe, the shell of which Grunka now possesses. Angus desired more insights into the circumstances surrounding an ancestor of his called Uldmar Brackenbrick, apparently a prodigy who grew up into a prominent rune lord after he discovered the first method of creating grudge steel, the primary metal required to make greenbane weapons made specifically to combat all manner of greenskins. Angus's newly cleansed rune lord's ring revealed with a legend lore prior that Uldmar made an oath with a stranger near the end of the Greenskin Wars, relighting the legendary Doonheart Forge in Doonhollow. The armour of the stranger became scale and wing. Uldmar's discovery of greenbane weaponry earned him that title of Rune Lord, and as new information here in the library revealed itself, this insight became clearer. Something is kept far below Doonhollow, a secret among Rune Lords, a dragon. And upon speaking with Liska, it was theorized that this may in fact be a ruby dragon, as evidenced by the aftermath of the siege of Druvenholm, when you discovered that devastation of a legion of ogres and heard of sightings of something enormous descending from the skies. Later on, as the evening was turning to night, you decided to head outside the library to set up a small camp under the stars. Dejar spoke to Talali about the duality of dark and crystalline magic she uses, about this temptation that necromancy provides. She also finally reached a decision provided to her by Vellum regarding the two staffs, the Staff of Plagues and the Solar Staff, to which she handed over the plague staff to Angus, making her choice. It was then that you were interrupted by a small, furry feline visitor, apparently, with a message to deliver. I shall bring you over to the map. The camp. If I can find it. Here we go. Let me also mute Discord. Okay. So, as Deshar and actually, let's get some better ambience. As you're both kind of finishing up your conversations, Angus and Deshar, you both hear behind you.
You hear that?
Bless you.
No, that wasn't me.
No.
I think
There
it's
it
coming.
is again.
I think it's coming from the door.
You hear against the door.
Oh.
Yep, it's definitely a door.
Turns around. Opens the door.
And you see, kind of strutting inside, is a long, furred, black and white cat with what appears to be a small backpack, kind of straps to it.
Hello.
Oh, fun. Nice to see you again.
Isn't this the same cat that not visited the tent in the Morbog?
That is a pet that from a seamstress I know.
Well, I've met the pet before. I gotcha. Just
Struts past you, hops up onto the onto the shelves.
Wilfred, please.
He's gonna stick his head out the window, or out the door frame, and look to the others. You see this cat strutting? The weird fucking cat's back.
Yeah, I was just.
Alright.
You hear a as a number of tools are knocked off the shelf.
Wilfred, please come down there, please. She tries to open her hands just so Wilfred could just jump.
Get it down. Get it down.
Wilfred, come down here, please.
Make an animal handling check.
These cats won't listen to you. They're not a ram. Kind of like slaps her on the tail. Grab it!
What do you think I'm trying to do?
You watch as the cat's eyes go wide towards you, Deshar, and you watch its pupils dilate wide, and it kind of sets itself up for a pounce, and then leaps up into your arms.
Gotcha. Alright. Okay, so he pets Wilfred. Let's see what you got for us, little friend. And opens up the book bag.
Alright, go ahead and double click Wilfred.
Oh, okay. Take. Oh. She just sets, she's gonna set this all down. Stacks of cocoa beans and coffee beans, aged wine, chocolate, and a letter. don't know how to do this, so give me a second. Take.
1 coffee beans.
Did you see chocolate?
Yes, chocolate. Give me a second.
Hmm.
Chocolate, chocolate.
Fucking dark.
You pull out.
This is what happens when you get a cook some fucking special ingredients. Same reaction.
You pull out this very fine looking set of garments. Again, you're not sure what it's made of. You're not a seamstress yourself, but it looks very, very nice. You pull out what looks like a small bag. You can open it. It looks like lots and lots of coffee beans. A familiar sight to you, Dejar.
Dejar is just happy, but sits that down quickly and goes to get the other thing.
Another small satchel of cocoa beans.
I think you might like this, Angus.
And you also find
These are cocoa beans.
a 6 bars, it's kind of 6 moderately sized, kind of wrapped up clumps of chocolate. And
Right.
And you finally pull out what looks like this this bottle of wine. This has got a ruby red colour.
This is going to be nice. Anyway, let's check this letter, shall we? Give me a second.
Is it addressed to somebody?
It does appear to
Yes.
be. You do see kind of scrawled on the length of it, what appears to be sort of in elegant writing, Vellum Hartbridge.
Right, this is for Vellum.
Snoopy snack.
I'm not opening
You're
it.
going through and putting everything in your pockets if it's for vellum.
I'm just unpacking it. It's on the ground. I'm not gonna put it in my pockets. Excuse you.
I would like to mention that while the letter is specifically addressed for Vellum, that and the garments obviously seem to be for him, the rest of the stuff in the bag seems to be addressed for the entirety of the party.
There you go. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you for the. So I was right to put things on the ground. So
And there's also a little footnote or like note stuck to the bag of coffee beans saying, "Do not let snake consume all." And a small thank you in very fine print.
Also, I like how
Good
Snake was like, "See, it's fine to put it on the ground." And Angus is just like, "No, there's a table."
You put it. I have a table right here with freshly cleared space thanks to that fucking cat, and you're gonna put it on the ground.
right. I'll put it on the table. Excuse me. Anyway, he puts it
called
on
out to him
the.
before, but he's gonna lean out the door and call him again. Hey, everyone get in here, I said. The cat's brought gifts again.
I'm going to put.
The cat, what?
The cat's brought gifts.
And it.
Weird fucking cat from the Morbogs back.
And
Vellum, you
there's
have a letter.
Yes, you have a
Oh,
Get
letter.
your goggy ass in here.
He'll sort of climb down the ladder, see the fugly fucking cat in all its stupid, derpy glory. Oh, right. Alright, that makes a bit more sense.
Send this to you, quick. If I can.
That snake takes up so much of the fucking floor space.
Look,
80% ass.
Alright, hold on, let me get so I'm done. He's gonna ruffle around to his chest of preserving. And he's gonna pull out a one of the little tiny slices left of dragon meat and offer it over to Wilfred. There you go, have a snack. Off you get.
Sniffs at the dragon meat, and there's how would I put it? You know how you'll have videos of cats kind of growling as they're eating, and it just sounds like yum 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 yum. It's essentially that as you kind of plop it on the floor.
There you go.
And the cat just begins happily munching away at the meat.
Alright, let's see here. And Ben's gonna start reading the letter while everyone's messing with the cat.
Cat time.
What is
I'm reading it in my head first, before I go saying it aloud, in case there's anything I shouldn't be saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just about to ask if you'd like for the rest of the party to know the contents of the letter, or if you'd
I'm
like
checking
to
the contents
divide-
first, but gosh dang, woman, you wrote a lot.
Yeah, she had like a whole year since she was here. She had a lot
Fair
of
enough.
time.
I want to read to us the steaming romance you've been having.
I'll see what I need to omit first.
Oh dear God.
Look, when we
I'm
don't
reading
know
as
the
fast as I
content-
can. Somebody pad for time, please.
I mean, when we don't know the contents of the letter, we can speculate all we want. It could be steaming romance. It could be a scathing review of your fucking horrible fashion sense.
Second
Damn.
one's a
Helen
little bit more like,
Partridge, you ugly. Sign.
"Bitch, you ugly. Here's some clothes to match. Sincerely, Lucia."
Savage.
Dear Velen Partridge,
Look at
your
you
drip is
with
absolutely
your Nene ass strip. Damn, son. I might not be able to mend your relationship, but I can mend these clothes. Here you fucking go. Maybe now you can finally get some bitches on your dick without having to pay for it.
Never.
Damn. The
Never
skeezy
gonna get away
remarks.
with that.
The rest of the stuff is in here, just so everyone knows.
Okay.
Okay, I can read a line.
Finally
Good.
make use of my tower storage space.
Oh,
Yeah,
Tower has storage space.
yeah. These boxes, bruh.
Look, I'm slow on the up.
No, it's okay.
Okay. So
What's the point of
alright,
a
let's
long
see.
tower if you're not going to be able to put stuff in it? Is my question.
Would you like me to read it as Lucia, or would you like to read it in Lucia's voice?
Bro, what if you should
You tell me.
You know what? Let's.
I say let her.
Yeah, let's make use of your new mic. Do you have a copy, or do you want me to paste it?
I have a copy here.
Okay. Have at it. The floor is yours.
the letter reads as follows.
Dear Mr. Harbridge, I hope this letter finds you in one piece. If it does, I would like to bestow my sincere congratulations on successfully leaving the Morbog. I do not doubt that the journey was quite arduous for you and your crew. Unfortunately, I am of little help cooped up in my office, but I hope that my previous attempt at correspondence helped keep you both informed and alive. I must also take responsibility for my imprudence, as it has taken me far longer than I would have liked to keep you informed regarding your new costume. I've been facing some difficult circumstances impacting myself and my business recently. I need not bother you with the intricacies, as I've already taken up much of your precious time. Regardless, I have finished creating for you one of my finest garbs to date. Much of my time was spent researching Kadeshi fashion and culture, so I do hope that it is up to your standards. The fine Panjin cotton is lightweight and breathable, trimmed with embroidered gold silk. The leather belt and straps are made of curated goat skin. Acquiring such high-demand materials was difficult, but I hope you appreciate the results. As an additional aside, since you all seem insistent on diving headfirst into danger, I took it into consideration and had the outfit enchanted with mending cantrip, so that it can repair itself over time. Now, however, this does not mean that the garb is indestructible, so please look after it. Formalities aside, I do hope that you are keeping well despite everything. I could hardly believe my sister's words when she informed me of your intentions to travel through the marsh. Admittedly, I was concerned for you all. Going through that place is not something I would wish on anybody. However, if you can make it through that, I am confident that you can face anything that would be so misfortunate as to come your way. It's good to know that my sister is in good company. I also want to thank you personally for keeping her safe. She deserves it more than anybody. P.S. Please do not tell her I said that. I can already hear her making fun of me from across the continent. Best wishes
He
to
does
you.
voice that aloud, by the way.
I do look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Lucia Ulmona.
Yara is stifling a laugh. Just, okay.
Well, I'll have to figure out some way of repaying all the extra effort she put in. Alright, I'm gonna go change. I suppose have at whatever goodies else came with it. Cat, whatever your name is, I will be back. Please don't go anywhere yet. And he's gonna go off and write a letter before coming back, but that will take a little bit.
Okay.
I'll just put it in party chat so it's easier.
Okay. First off, Crash, beautifully written, and ASMR level voice. Yes.
Mike helped so much with the delivery of the letter. Just, perfection.
Also, Lucia is fucking baller.
Yes.
Yes. She cares a lot about you guys.
Yeah, but that last fucking comment, like, I can already hear her making fun of me from across the continent. Like,
She's not wrong, though.
You silly bitch.
oh, the character interactions. Yes.
Confused about the sister comment because he doesn't know Jack, but
Anyway. So we got mending garments before vellum. We got a letter, and then we got coffee beans, cocoa beans, so chocolate and wine.
Aged Goodberry wine.
Goodberry.
It does seem to be marked with its place of origin and what type of wine it seems to be. It seems to have originated from the Tuscan Rosen fields of Ambrosia, indicated by the label on it. And it's a sort of bright, vibrant, almost cherry red type colour.
Ooh.
So I was gonna inspect the bottle, but not drink it.
Fucking expensive, this one.
Now, Liska, you know of the Tuscan Rose Fields. They are world renowned for their fine wines. Whatever means that Lucia has enabled to procure this wine, she has probably gone above and beyond to do so.
She's not going to say anything about that.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's fucking Genji shit. The only time she'd actually mention something is if she felt it was relevant.
Yep. Stoic Mother Bear, as always.
Stoic ass lady.
She do have an ass, yeah.
It's true, she did.
God damn it.
I
Okay.
suppose Crocus inadvertently spends a lot of time staring at it, because peripheral vision and all that. He's a small boy.
Grunke is looking at it while also looking at Webby, making sure Webby doesn't eat it.
No
And
comment.
after a while, Grunka looks like the cat.
Oh god.
Because he is looking at two different places at the same time.
So,
I'm curious, what is Angus gonna do with the cocoa beans?
I am also interested in that. Oh, right. Could find that real quick. Thought I put it in there, but it didn't.
What are you looking for?
The chocolate. It should have been in there,
Oh.
but it's not.
Is it still in your inventory?
Did Grunker eat it already?
No, so I need to put it in there.
Yes,
Wait a second.
it's,
Fucking stealing the chocolate.
yeah, it's in your inventory under consumables. There you go.
Yep, I put it in there. I almost forgot, and then just go like, "Ooh, I almost forgot this," and puts it into the chest. Ugh.
Also, Angus, you're muted. In case you're saying stuff.
Right. Well, right then. And Angus will begin sort of cluttering around for a moment before he pulls out a couple of drinking glasses.
I can barely hear
Yeah. I'm having trouble
Oh.
hearing you.
Quiet?
Yeah, you were
Yeah, quiet
a little quiet. Weird.
How's this? Is this better?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
There we go. Let me know if it needs to be more. Right then. No point waiting. Who would like to try a glass?
It's been a while since I've been in Ambrosia, so sure, I'll take a glass.
So I was just eyeing the bottle itself, the decorations and all that comes with it. It's just there's a look of hesitancy on it. Do you think we should wait with this?
What for?
I don't know. As much as I would like to taste it right now, since we just got it, it does seem like a nice treat. This feels expensive.
I'm sure it is. What would you like to wait to celebrate for?
You,
Seems like she was getting this because we got out the Morbog and didn't die.
that's a celebration
If you
in
want,
itself.
we could.
Let's try not to drink all of the bottle at once.
I mean, we could.
Oh no. Then what would we do tomorrow night?
So just gives a look to the fact that we are like 6 people and there is a Liska-sized half of that.
Eh, we'll be fine.
Well,
Okay then, who here wants a small glass of wine?
I'll take a small.
I will also take a small glass.
Anyone else?
No.
Okay.
Alright. So I will mark off two of those charges. 2 of those servings.
2.
Yes. For you and Shah.
Didn't Sal say you wanted one as well?
A small one.
Oh, a small one. Okay, so 3.
Oh, welcome back, by the way. Angus. He's portioning out wine for those who are interested. He has audibly said, "Who wants a glass?"
You hear a voice from up above. Pull me one, I'll be down soon.
Alright, that makes 4 servings.
Alright. So, I imagine by this point Vellum's done? Done changing? Or doing his thing?
Yes, sorry, I'm done writing my letter also.
Okay. So,
And I will voice it as such. And I will also describe my appearance and dramaticism.
please do.
Dramatics, yeah.
Alright, first off letter. Lucia, I hope this letter finds you well. Sometimes I wonder if anything I give your cat will just get eaten by that oddly shaped maw of his. I must admit I was surprised you took so much effort into making my clothes. I'd expected something simple yet elegant, but from first glances alone before I even put it on, I can tell a lot of care and resources went into it. Far more than the paltry sum I have already paid you. To that end, I am insisting on taking a commission from you in return for said given care. Respond whenever you wish with whatever specifications you require. Any item or jewelry you require will be sufficient to return the favor. Sincerely, Vellum.
And he'll stick it in a little envelope and get himself changed. And I believe... Are you able to get an image up, Junior? So everyone can get the full scope of it?
I have given you your new token and your new image.
Yeah. Wonderful. Stepping down from the ladder, first you see the very finely tailored drapery that makes up the longer portions of his garb. And then, almost with an unintentional flourish, he turns to face everyone, tugging at some of the more looser parts of things, adjusting to wearing it all, but he knows more than anything that it's essentially a perfect fit. Huh. And he brings back the sort of almost half cloak-like piece to reveal these also attached his armor accordingly, and it almost seems surreptitiously uniform considering they were made in such vastly different time frames at such a vastly different distance. And the almost awkwardly, gawkishly dressed half-orc you've known for most of your time together is suddenly looking a lot different. And a lot more together. You know, I've been wearing that other stuff for so long, I've gotten used to how comfortable it was, and actually forgotten that clothes could fit good. So, how do I look?
Very fashionable. My sister does do some damn good work.
She does. It definitely. There's nothing off, really. There's no discomfort, no tugging at parts, no overweight on others. It all works.
You can see Vladimir sort of playing with the messenger cat, and he's, the cat's just all over her, just kind of snuggled up in her lap, kind of looks by the jar. You see her kind of poke out from behind the jar. Wow! You look
I'd
awesome!
take that as a. Well, glad it's looking good on me. Never been much for fashion. Oh, right.
Well, that seems better tailored. Look at you!
Yeah, last lot of clothes I've been wearing, I bought at honestly, an export shop. I'm pretty sure it's for tourists, so this is a huge upgrade.
You should shave.
What was that?
And you should shave.
He sort of just takes a moment, blinks, and then feels his face. Oh, right. I haven't for, well, ever since the Morbog. One of those
You know
things
what?
I just got away from.
You shouldn't. It's a good look on you. You should grow a beard.
Grook you saying, you say, I don't know about that look.
I don't know about a full beard, but I mean, if this is fine as is, I might keep it this length.
If you ever want it to be a little thicker and a little more robust, you'll just see me. I'll get something special for you.
I'll think about it. I'll see how it grows out. My facial hair is always slow to grow.
It's a beard, but you can grow it out, see how it looks, and then maybe shave it.
Yeah.
I can't help but notice something. Your fancy new outfit there. And with a quick hand, he reaches to his belt and he draws his cast iron pan. I see you two have quick access to your most important of tools.
Yeah, I was wondering what that loop was for, but it kind of really couldn't fit anything else, so... In it went.
Very good.
Yeah, I don't like having my tools out and about, but... I guess it's convenient, considering how much of my time I spent working.
They're well enough. They're not gonna... But if you can beat on steel and an anvil with it all day, I think a little bit of weather is gonna be fine.
Not to mention, if you need to throw something in a pit at someone.
I wouldn't disrespect my tools like that.
Right.
I would like to remind you, the hammer's made specifically for throwing. It's not disrespect,
made
it's one of the
specifically for that
strengths. Alright, fair.
Yeah, mine's made for making and not for whacking.
Wait,
Right, yeah. Hang on a minute.
Steel.
He pulls the envelope he'd just written out and sort of like it's a surreal thing. Like he's just moving, but just the way he's carrying himself with the comfort of this new outfit, everything's sort of just billowing in a very mildly dramatic fashion. And then he squats down to the cat. Do I put this in your bag or your mouth? Or he's just sort of holding the letter out, uncertain, with this weird cat. Where the fuck is that? There it is.
I think it goes in here. He just kind of unhooks the bag, opens it up. That's
Right,
weird. I don't see the bottom. Look, it's just a void.
Probably magic.
Yay. Yep.
Shoop. In it goes, and he'll close it up. Right. Off you trot then.
With that, Vladimir gives the cat one last kind of nuzzle on the nose with her own.
Big squish.
Big squishy hug, and just kind of sees off the cat. He goes, "See you later."
Hold on. You gotta give it something to eat for the road. Look how skinny it is. Well, at least it's the skinniest cat I've seen.
You do notice that the cat is very bony. Like, it's... all the fluff there is just covering up the lack of, padding underneath.
Well, give it a snack for the road then, and, probably want to get back to his mistress.
You know, I'm not even gonna question how he got here into the bog. I'd be worried for him, but it seems he's fine.
Yeah, I don't question a lot of things sometimes. It, makes life simpler.
You know, we got some of that Patapators, Saurus. I got even no idea what she called it. Meat, I'll throw some of that in there, so he has something to eat, and he can have a biscuit, and... Do cats like butter? Of course they like butter. I'll put some butter in there for him to eat too. Something to wash it down with.
Oh dear.
The cat just got
I was just giving Deshard like a look. Like, he's gonna fucking fatten up any kind of creature they have.
The guy is just gonna return to look like, oh, my sister's going to be just beside herself with this.
There you go. That should hold him over till at least tomorrow.
The cat sort of rubs its face up against your glove.
Well, off you go then.
Sort of
Smitten with the fucking thing.
sort of
No, he's just allergic.
Terrible time to find out.
Angus's face grew 2 times that night.
His face is as red as his beard.
Did your mustache shrink? Oh wait, no.
Oh no, it's grown.
Face grew.
the cat just sort of sits there for a moment, tilts his head, gives you the slow blink, then makes his way off into the darkness.
Well, today's turned out a lot nicer than I would have expected. Oh, was something about drink?
Oh, aye. We've got a few glasses laid out here for those that are interested. It's a wine she sent out from the place of where?
Tuscan.
I can't read the monarch.
Vellum's gonna pick up the bottle and look at it. What was the name again?
The Duscan Rosefields.
Dusky Rosefield.
The Tuscan Rosefields?
That's
That
probably
sounds
it.
better.
I'm better at speaking it than reading it.
Makes sense.
You carefully put the bottle back down and grab one of the glasses that's presumably been poured.
Alright. So, all four of you take a swig, yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Sao is doing it
fine.
Sao is doing it in a enjoyment way. She's not just, slinging it back.
Yara is slowly sipping it. It's been a while since you had a treat like this.
actually, you know what? I'll let Kraz describe how it tastes.
Oh jeez.
Bad.
Oh man.
Oh jeez, oh man.
I'm not great at describing wines. It's got it's very fruit
like iron
forward.
brew.
It's like almost like a juicy type texture to it. It's not overly sweet, but it does have it has that fruit overtone, and then it has like notes of berry and a little bit of oak and a little bit of sort of like almost like a spicy kind of undertone to it as well. Overall, it's very well balanced and very nice and very decadent. Definitely tastes expensive.
That's
Yeah,
like spicy
so-
fruit.
You also get the sense, you get that sort of aftertaste that's familiar to many of you after you've drunk a healing potion. So when you drink this wine, you can regain hit points by spending any number of hit dice, as if you'd finished a short rest. You gain 1 extra hit point for each hit die you spend in this way. The wine provides enough nourishment to sustain a creature for 1 day. In addition, for the next 1 hour, whenever you roll a wisdom or charisma ability check or saving throw, you add 1d4 to the total of the roll.
So why the fuck am I injured?
I don't know.
Scratched by the cat, I guess. I don't know.
Is Dajar one of those people that just randomly, sporadically get bruises and don't know where they came from?
We
No, no,
fooling
but-
around in the sandbox between sessions.
Yeah, probably.
I think that was it.
Dajar's actually deadly allergic to cats.
Everyone's allergic.
It's fatal, you see.
No, I'm actually feeling a lot better.
Sao sort of retasting whatever's left on her palate for a moment, and just looks to both Dajar and then Angus. This tastes remarkably familiar.
It's oddly invigorating, isn't it?
It reminds me. He thinks for a moment. Those health potions.
I was about to
That-
say, what's that berry thing?
Good berry?
Yes. They kinda taste like those.
I've never had one.
Yeah,
I imagine it's good.
figure a lot of berries are good.
It's in the name, but it has some quite unique taste. Mostly because it's not really an actual real, she does an air quotes, berry.
From the Yara's understanding, it kind of came from a different plane and just grew here. So You're not wrong.
So magic
you know
berries
so.
to make magic wine.
More or less.
Yes.
Well, Vellum's gonna lift his glass a little, even though they've all already drunk a bit. Figure a toast, I guess, to being alive.
I can
A
toast to that.
toast to good friends.
Toast to good life.
Aye. He kind of looks at Vellum. God, that is one snazzy outfit. The Vellum finally looking halfway decent. And then some.
To be fair,
He smiles at him.
a red does suit you nicely.
Better than the
Thank you.
other one. Be real.
I'll be honest, I'm tempted to burn that other one. This feels just so much better.
You know what? I think you should.
It is a bit of time that you have to something nice for yourself.
It seems like a waste of material just to burn it, but
Well, look, here's the thing. I think we talked a wee bit about this before, but like, you know, if something had to happen, can't scrape you up. That's what your people do, right? The,
cremation.
you know, aye. I was trying to remember the polite term for you sun folk.
Alchemic?
Alshams? Aye. You Alshams like to cremate folks, don't you?
We
Yes,
do.
we like cremate our dead.
That part of you that's been through those things, and was that different man before he went through the bog? Well, that part of you's dead and gone, and something stronger has come out the other side. And it, well, it fits you a little better. So, why not
Vellum just
send
look.
it off proper?
He just stares at the glass for a few seconds. You know what? Why not? Maybe it'll help. And he'll sort of get the old clothes, and just head outside. Probably don't want to smoke up the whole inside of this place. Angus, can you get the door?
Oh, aye, it's open.
Oh, okay. Is
Now
it?
it's not.
Close the accidentally
Now
closed
it's
the
not.
door.
God, don't look so serious, lad. It's a joke.
Well, maybe we can get Lucia to make use of it at some point. She definitely does good work. He gives him a little nudge as he passes and heads out to... Do we have a campfire still, even though we spend a lot of our times inside?
Well,
Can't
we,
imagine
I
why
would.
we would.
like, yeah, we chill outside and then go into the tower.
I mean, people on watch still need some light.
I mean, they tend to hang out in the tower we've established now, or rather, they will. But he heads to fire, just sort of staring at the clothes through the entirety of it. Different part of me gone. Maybe there's some truth to that, but I don't know if that's a good thing or not. He's saying more quietly to himself than anything else. Sort of clutching the fabric a little bit, seeing the various sort of nicks and wears and tears from everything he's gone through. And then just drops it onto the fire.
Angus will waddle up beside him.
Fire begins to crackle and burn. Smell of burning threads. There's this gout of smoke as the fire briefly intensifies. As you burn away those last embers of your prior self.
Maybe this is a sign of better things. A change.
He'll pat him by the side, reaching up a little bit. Aye. Well, hey, you can't smelt steel without burning the coal first.
Well, I mean, technically I can, but if I make it, then you get what? Yeah, I get what you mean.
Well, that's because you're special, you nitwit.
Yeah.
The sayings for most ordinary folk. Fine.
Maybe I should start.
You can't make a masterpiece without sweating under the sun. Now, how's that?
That'll do.
That's certainly.
You are right. Maybe I should start thinking of myself as the special ways people think I am.
They were just off convincing me about that yesterday. What actually was earlier this morning. It feels like yesterday. Yeah, I think our perceptions about ourselves are so locked into what we have felt we were then that we've forgotten what we've experienced in the now. Or at least forgotten or not realized the seriousness of it, you know.
Is that Dwarven? Because that kind of didn't make sense.
Right, he gets lost in when you translate it. Let me think another way of saying it. What looks small to us is big to others. Sometimes vice versa. And it can be worth it to step back and look at things from a different angle and realise maybe we're too hard on ourselves and don't give ourselves enough credit. And you weren't the apprentice you were when you started.
Vellum sees the last flecks of fabric burn up. Sun looks closer in the oasis than it does the sky.
You know, I'm gonna assume that's a spiritual thing for your people, and I'm just gonna agree.
Well, I think that's the point you were getting at, but the point is I understand. You're gonna drink the last of his wine, pop the cup down on a stone. Well, hopefully it'll be a lot smoother here on out.
That gives me an idea. You know, so I'm not sure it'll work, but I at least want to try. He's going to, with the last little bit of the wine in his cup, and reach for his endless flask. Try to pour just the tiniest little bit in.
Bootlegging rare wine.
If it's worked for a rare, expensive brandy.
So,
Depends on if it's technically magical. That's the thing, because a good berry is a magical berry, right?
yeah.
I think you can't duplicate magic stuff, but it's worth trying.
And doesn't the Endless Flask, isn't the whole premise that at its creation, the alcohol gets set, not that you can just put stuff into it?
But Angus isn't sure, as he hasn't learned how to create these kind of magic items, or done more really than what has been said. I talked a little bit about Jenner, this is just a character thing.
Okay.
All I see in my head is him trying to pour the wine in, and it just sort of hovers above the top. It doesn't go into the flask. It just hovers and pours out.
So here's
Let's see what Jenner said.
So here's what happens. You kind of unscrew the top of the flask, pop off the lid, you very gingerly pour the wine into the flask. You kind of swill it around a bit. And you wait, and you take that swig from the flask. It tastes like fruity wine, though you don't feel invigorated like you did when you tasted it directly from the bottle itself.
Then he's gonna
You don't get any
No.
you don't get the effects of the goodberry wine, but you do have some very flavorful wine that you can pour from your flask.
Oh no, the brandy's gone.
It's not making me feel nice. He's gonna upend it for a couple of seconds. Is that just the last bit of it that was on top? Is the brandy gone?
You kind of begin pouring the flask. Gloop, 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 gloop. It just starts making this sort of red pool on the floor. Just keeps going. Keeps going.
Alright, that's enough. It seems like it is the wine now. Huh.
So
That's interesting. Alright, so I can change it to preference, but it won't work if it's got magic.
there you go.
You know, I was wondering why you didn't pour out a bit of the brandy first, in case you wanted to change it back.
Well, to be honest, I've been thinking about swapping it out with the Oka Enigma back there, in case we ever have to ditch it. You know, high-speed chase, rolling down the mountainside, kicking dust. What? You're not buying it? You're not thinking that thing can go that fast? Okay, maybe I drink all of the Oka Enigma, and I still want to have some later.
Tara just gives Angus a look as he mentions drinking all of it and looks to the flagon wagon and then bang. Angus, you die of alcohol poisoning, and that is saying something.
I'll take you up on that fucking bet, Missy.
You know what? Deal. But not right
Alright.
now.
Oh boy.
Snake, you're smart. What day is it?
Yeah, Thanks for a moment. I can get.
It is
the cheat sheet calendar.
the 26th of Nolthamus.
Is the 26th North Famous?
Where is the flagon wagon actually on the map?
You left it back back with the steam the steam hammer back
Oh,
where you
right.
parked it.
Yeah.
For a moment I was just... I'm brain farting.
Is either
That's fine.
standard or soldered? I can't always get those two mixed up.
It is Throstmere.
Trust me. Okay. Trust me.
Oh,
Sorry.
the 26th, North Thomas, you said?
Yes.
Alright. I bet you that I can get through the Oaken Enigma and not die from poisoning by the start of the coming year 553.
Your
You know what?
has this. He has a
He's-
look on her face, like.
Huh?
Would you like a challenger with that bet?
And what are you gonna drink?
By the time of the new year, I'll make sure to get a. If I can remember correctly, a fiery wine or what's it in alcohol from Ragnarok? I bet they sell it.
Oh,
Can't- I'll drink you under the table.
Are you sure you want to make that bet with me? And he's dug his heel in the dirt and he's starting to trace out a little circle.
Yeah, I'm willing to make that bet.
Alright, well give me a moment. And he has finished using his heel and he's tracing out a circle and he's scratching something into the middle of it. And what would be the conditions on one of us winning or losing?
What is it that you want the most?
Well, let's define the details a little bit. I have to drink the Oaken Enigma down by the start of the year and not die from poisoning. What is it you're doing? I'm not quite understanding. You have to buy a single bottle of a fancy beer?
I think it's something due from Ragnarok. It's one of the most. It's a spicy alcohol, Ragnarok. I need to finish the bottle and not take a sip of water. Chase down the pain.
Grunka,
Hello.
make it more interesting.
Hello.
How would you feel about watching Dajar make some silly faces? If you're willing to share a little bit of your salt with her.
Oh, okay.
You let Grunka add a little salt in on top of that? Seems fair. You have to get through one bottle, I have to get through an entire butt over here? That sound fair to you? One bottle, you get it to one night, and I have to get it through there. If I can't get it done by the end of the year, I don't win the bet. And if you can't get through that, you don't win the bet. Right?
Sounds fair to me.
But don't know if a race would be fair. You can do some magic things and just have it by tomorrow. I can't physically think that much. Not without throwing up, and that kind of defeats the purpose now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, maybe on the start of the year, the night's eve, if you've got that bottle, if I'm finished by then, I will have won, unless you can drink all of that. If you can drink all of that, and I haven't finished, you win. And if we both are able to do it, cheers.
Sounds fair
We'll
to
have to
me.
make a new bet.
Alright.
Those understandable terms of the challenge.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
Right. And at this point, he's using his toe, and in the circle, he's drawing a little beer mug with it. Alright. If I win... You come to me mountain home temple tower. For the year I have to be there and finish it up. And you help me with your magics and your runecraft and doing what we are now. Making the special metals and the like, and enchanting and things like that. While I'm there, I'll pay for all your food, make sure you're well taken care of course. Nothing out of pocket. But I got your services for a year. Right? And
Right.
if you win, what do you want?
He thinks for a moment. For a light twinkles in her eye. I would like your help. No questions asked. And a item of religious and historical note.
You're cutting out a little bit. I didn't understand. All I got was questions asked.
So, what? You will help me create something, no questions asked, of historical and religious, possibly religious, note. More information on that later.
My religious or your religious?
My religious.
Alright, I'll have to have a little bit of tutelage of what that is, but you want me to just make you an important magical artifact type thing, master. Right? No questions asked, I owe you.
Correct.
It sounds fair. Now, he smiles and he kind of wiggles his mustache. I will remind you, I am a dwarf.
I am
You're
very
playing
well of
to my strengths here.
I'm very
And even
aware
with
of
what
that.
I can do.
You also realize, besides being a Naga, I'm very well versed in poisons. So, take that as you will.
Sounds like we both something have in our court here, right? Well then, he's gonna take off one of his gauntlets. And he stands on the opposite side of this circle that he's drawn in the dirt. Inside this circle, kind of looks like a coin, is a little sketch, a little in the dirt, of a beer stein.
And the
How
jar,
about it? I'll offer you that oath.
the jar goes on the same opposite end, and
So Liska's gonna take this point in time to just kind of. She's been watching these two alcoholics back and forth, and she's gonna look and be like, "Wasn't the original bet with Sal?"
Don't question it. This is gonna be hilarious.
Okay, fine.
Well, she's the one that came up with the terms. Wait,
That's true.
do you want to get on this bet too?
No,
I have a second unspotted hand for you.
no, I'm fine.
I will pass for now, but I am really curious to see how this goes now, at this point.
the jar gets facing him in the opposite drawn circle and spits in her hand and reaches it out.
And he'll grasp it firmly. Right. Over at Rayloff then. You've got a deal.
And just
Good.
you just both gonna just hunt a forearm grip, and just like as you kind of separate, you're gonna slide the spittle across your forearms. Yeah, but an oath is made.
Time to update that quest log.
Okay then. I will have to make an optional quest for that after the game, so...
Absolutely.
Sweet.
So, yes, players can indeed create their own quests.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be
Oh.
fun.
If you only just knew.
I'm gonna say it right now.
Seems confident.
I'm gonna say it right now, right here, up front. You, Dejar, have a wonderful habit of just going into a deal like head first, no tail.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it turns out.
Which
And I
is weird
think-
because she's nothing but tail.
Exactly. But I think this is gonna be a very good character moment for you. Because, my god, you are literally doing the snake thing where you're biting over something very, very large and you don't know if you can actually do it.
Hey, we'll see how this turns out.
Oh, you're a wonderful fucking weirdo.
Silly noodle.
That will never change.
The time, when the time comes, and if Angus has one, and what's the word? You know, because he's gonna maybe spend a little bit of downtime for in-game year there. If you don't actually want it, and you're like, I kind of want to take the shot on this adventure. He's not gonna hold you down to that. You know, it's just like, oh, well, I didn't say it had to be this year. You know, so no obligations on me.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Alright.
Well, alright then. I would say it's time to get started, but I've left me most equipment back at the entrance. So for now, he sips on his little wine.
Fucking mouth noises kill me every time.
Coating all 1,000 taste buds.
Exactly. Real vanilla. Real chocolate. And I press it against the roof of the mouth.
Just wine and chocolate.
A winning combination.
Alright. Well, little missy. Good luck. And he's gonna climb up.
This is where we find out that the flagon wagon has basically none left in it. He's like, I'm disappointed, but also relieved.
We have been drinking on it for a while. It's
It's
not
like
full.
it's like I wanted to prove my worth, but I'll win easily at least.
He starts secretly like
Filling it back up.
using creation or something to fill it.
Just so he can prove something.
Yeah, just to put more into it. He's like, no, I want to be drinking it till the last couple days. You know, really pad the tension.
I have a vague suspicion that the shark's gonna try and top off the flagon wagon.
With poison.
Oh,
He didn't say
Nah.
anything about cheating.
Nah.
Those were not in our specific terms.
It was an open ending,
like
but
the worst
nah,
poison
she has something else
and he's
planned.
just like, "Ooh, that's sweet."
Do you know Dwarven?
She does not know Dwarven. However, she can have spells, you know, to read Dwarven if she needs to, or hear it.
Well, Liska
Tongues.
would probably recognize the symbol that Angus drew on the ground and a name he made an oath to.
Sure.
Was Rayloff, the lesser ancestor god of merriment, brewing, greed, guile, trickery, mischief, and wealth. And his symbol is a golden beer stein.
Interesting.
He literally painted it on the ground. I'm scamming you.
Oh no.
I see how.
Because if
Oh,
he loses
no.
the bet, dude, the process is just getting drunk.
That's a win-win right there.
Without dying.
Without listen, all right. If he does die, he does it doing what he loves.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fucking love this party.
Yeah.
Living on the edge.
Sao takes a moment to just look over the rest of the people and just sigh slightly and just goes, alright, now that that's done, I'm going back to bed.
I'm already in here.
I know you short-legged cook.
Right, Dejal, let's head up to the roof then. You know how Angus gets if we're not inside.
I know. I'll be up there in a moment.
Well, I could wait if you want. If you need a minute.
No, I want to sit here by myself for a bit.
Alright. I'll see you inside. Come on, buddy.
Okay.
I just
Reminder that because this is a safe area, Angus did say he can leave the doors and stuff open because he's not anticipating us having to fight off fucking dinosaurs and being ambushed.
Yeah, I mean, you're right outside.
Well, Vellum will,
It's a
Don't
free
wait.
back and forth.
okay.
Yeah.
Alright, well,
This
Vellum will
is
give the space
a
anyway.
safe zone.
See ya. Just don't mind the sprawled out woman on the under the raptor.
Liz having our own little siesta over there. So meh.
So what's the Jar doing during the watch here?
He's just gonna wait for a minute, think. And then she's... See if I can find it real quick. He's going to open one of the lock boxes as from her bag of holding and take out 3. Before he even does that, she's going to look at around to see if Hey Gronka, do you mind if I have a little time here?
Okay.
Greatly appreciated. Oh, once I'm done here, I have something to ask of you.
Okay. The answer might be yes, the answer might be no. It depends what it is.
He nods. Once she's completely alone, you will open up her lockbox, take out 3 of those red and black stones. And one by one, he will release each soul.
So you kind of take them out very, very gingerly, I assume you're making sure to at least cover your hand before you touch them.
Yeah, he's definitely doing that.
Take them out one by one. You kind of focus your energy into it. That small little dark moat that you've been feeling ever since you utilised one of them during your battle with Mortifex. You kind of focus on that, connect that thread to these soul stones that you've collected here, and you feel this soft wail surrounding them, followed by what sounds like an ethereal sigh as this long streak of black energy wisps out of it, or becoming this glowing, ghostly blue streak that vanishes into the air.
And with each one that she releases, he says, with a heavy sigh, "Enjoy the rest that life made you suffer. You earned it. And she takes 2 of those stones. Moving away from the camp just a bit. Just a little bit. And if I can, with the stones over here. Place the stones just over yonder, and then comes straight back. Except for one, leaves those 2 there, takes the sun staff, taps it so it activates.
This radiant light emanates from that crescent shape on the very tip of it, where you saw that mote of light flicker from where you kind of where that star metal near the proximity of that little mote that you saw before. That same mote radiates now with this bright sunlit energy in this dark corner of the camp.
He places the staff in front of her, aims, and uses some of the charges to use Sunbeam, aiming at the what were soul stones.
Alright. With that. Both soul stones, now without the magic of the soul within them, are detonated, shattering asunder.
How much noise is that gonna make?
It makes quite a bit of noise. Specifically,
The people on the roof can see light shooting out from the
yeah. Dajar is this beacon of light right now.
What are the odds? Yeah.
He's gonna peer over the side. Can
I
we
feel
see
bad
Dajar?
for the Talia,
Lolly.
sorry,
The lolly.
Talali,
Hello.
who is just on a rock nearby while this is happening. No muffle,
Flashbang.
just fucking flashbang.
Just think, ootalali, golly, what a day. And it'll be easier to remember. But yeah, if Vellum peers over the side, can he see Dajar being a beacon of light?
It is very obvious.
Dajar, maybe wanna not be so showy or spook the locals.
Right.
There's turning slightly because she's tired as fuck.
Luckily, there's no shutters there.
It's true, just close the shutters, it'll be fine. Besides, was sanction no circumstances of necromancer openly display acts of necromancy to the public.
Yeah.
But this is the opposite of that.
Begrudgingly, Sao gets up, goes to the blinders and closes them, and then gets back into bed, just mumbling something to herself.
Okay. And when Sarah's done, she takes the empty stone, looks at it with a face of silent contemplation, and then places it back. enter one of her lock boxes and then stow that lock box away in her bag of holding.
All right.
And heads back up to the tower. Where's Grunka at?
I went back into the tower.
It's right out there.
He's right there.
Dinky song.
Okay. As Tiara enters the tower, he just sees Grunka right there. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, Crook's just kind of sitting there looking at the coal.
he is silent for like probably 5 or 6 seconds. For Tiara bluntly asks, how do you what is your connection with fire? As she looks to or thinks to the moments she's seen Grunka just transform into this huge fiery behemoth.
Grunka makes a sound that sounds like the crackling of fire. And he then says in the trade tongue that it's a bit complicated, I guess. You see, I guess I have a bit of a connection with the plane of fire, or whatever you would call it. And I guess a kind of a connection with one of the more powerful beings over there.
Interesting. Tiara has a spell that can ask elementals for aid. Is there a way to ask for one respectfully without?
Well, I think that kind of depends a bit. If you know, I think the question more is the spell asking for help, or is it demanding?
It's asking for help.
So the elemental can say no.
It can.
Can you? So your spell can simply not work if it decides that no, I don't really feel like it.
Yes.
Okay. Then there's not really any problem with it. But you mean asking it respectfully, as in like, you know?
Like if I was going to ask you respectfully for help, just like any mortal would do, no different.
Well, you see, the thing is that they generally don't, at least the ones I ever encountered, and from what I understand, is that they don't really speak this language quite well, or some of them don't really at all.
and I don't think. I mean, I could try to teach you a phrase or two in Ignan, but you know, it's a bit weird because like it's a language I didn't really like learn myself. It was just kind of something I suddenly know, so I don't really know how to like how the teaching would work or the learning of it. And you know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're kind of, you know, taking someone. I mean, well, I guess you can kind of see it like this: like you're basically asking someone to come from a very nice and comfortable place to a place that's really, really, really cold. At least comparatively, you know. And dark. It's never dark over there.
I've heard about it. Oh, interesting. I would. I would probably only ask for that type of help if it's in dire need, not frequently.
Is it specifically one from the fire plane, or can it be any elemental?
It could be any. So I just so far know of fire. From what we fought, storms, ice, and earth.
I see.
It could be others. I might need to look into that more, but
the others I don't know anything about. I could maybe communicate with them because you know, they do have a kind of a trade tongue of their own, so to say. But yeah, I mean, if it's you know, if it's an actual ask and not a demand, then I don't really see a problem with it. If it doesn't really want to, or if it feels like you're not, you know, I don't know, like actually, how does it work? Do you actually like physically ask it, or like is it just kind of like, I don't know, you ring a bell and someone can answer or they cannot? Like, how does it actually work?
well, give me 1 second while he gets her spell book out and just flip through the pages to find the spell and look through the incantation of it.
Rook is gonna turn back and look at the glowing embers.
Do them sort of crackling with those, the last remaining embers of a forge fire slowly dying out.
It's more or less that Dar can give out a call for an elemental spirit. If they answer or not is up to them.
It's kind of like you shouting for like a city guard, and if no one is around, then nothing happens.
Correct.
I see. Well, I don't really see too much of a problem with it if that's how it works.
So,
Or I don't really see that they would cause any issues either, because if they do come here, actually, question: can the elemental leave when it wants, if it do choose to come here, or does it have to be dismissed, or how does that work?
He looks for the spell. It just says when this creature is hurt or spell ends. I want to tweak this a bit, but I don't know how.
I see. I see.
I'm going to talk to someone about spells later, once I have the ability to do magical messages again. I wanted to, hence the reason why I wanted to talk to you before I used this spell or ability.
Yeah, it's okay. It's kind of a weird relationship because it's like, I don't know, like imagine if there was like another snake, but it was like an actual like it looked like a normal snake, you know. It didn't have arms and, you know, stuff like that, but it was, you know, it could like think and it could talk, but, you know, it's you know, it's different, you know. It's not part of, like, you know, your people or like your group or whatever makes you you, but it's still, you know, there's a level of kinship there, you know. That's not really like, you know, you could probably easily like, you know, kind of, you know, dismiss it as being like, you know, oh, it's just, you know, it's just an animal, it's just, you know, we don't really have anything specific in common, but, you know, it's kind of up to the individual level, but I guess it's kind of how I kind of see it, because I am in some way connected to them, I guess. It's kind of hard to really explain it, because I'm not quite sure I understand it myself. But yeah, I do feel like I want to treat them more like, you know, people and not like creatures, because, you know, they are, as far as I'm aware. And I'll look back to the glowing and popping embers.
Knowing what you know,
You know, yeah. Oh no, you go on.
knowing what you know now, more than you did before you entered the library, there's even more of a connection there that you feel. And though the axe itself is dim, there's no blade that's kind of come to light. It does still feel warm in your grasp.
The guard says something interesting. Who are the second person I know that deals with flames?
Yeah.
So first one I met, when he used flames, he had a vintage of wings rather than, I don't know, like a bonfire. It was more elegant, majestic.
Rook kind of furrows his eyebrows a bit, like he's thinking about something, but then kind of like, goes back to normal. I see.
Anyways, thank you.
I'm just gonna keep looking at the embers. It's I can't really describe it. And I don't think I could really, I don't think anyone else here could really understand it properly. But it's almost like singing. It's very it's pretty in a way. It's like it's words, but also not, because they're technically not spoken.
But you can feel it in your soul.
I can hear it with my ears. Kind of like gestures towards the glowing and dying coal bed. The sounds of fire and the songs of ember. It's something I never really noticed before all this happened. But I guess it's always been there. Could just never hear it before. And I wonder if that's how people who the people who can like talk to plants and animals and stuff, I wonder if this is how they think or how they feel about when they're walking around in nature or listening to birds. If they also feel this or hear this, just song or whatever, a song without words, with no real, with both no meaning and also all meaning. I'm
Well,
afraid
yeah, but I hear almost something similar. Just when I meditate, it's almost like a chorus. That harmonizes with my soul. Very faint. But sometimes it's as clear as you talking to me, I can hear it.
sounds
Interesting.
nice. Maybe you should try and listen closely to it. Maybe it has something to tell you.
I think so. We should talk more often. I enjoy these talks. Well, anyway, I have to continue doing watch. I'm a little late.
Yeah.
Good night.
Sleep well. Good.
You too.
Grook is gonna just keep looking at the glowing embers with a very I guess calm, empty look on his face.
Richard gives a small bow before looking toward Grunka for a few seconds, then slithering up the ladder, all the way up to the battlements.
Alright. So,
Sorry, just a quick thing. You done firing light off into the ocean over there?
Yeah, I just need to get a handle of the staff. Also, I had to get rid of some old things.
Well, I'll have a favour to ask you in a minute. Just let me finish talking to Angus here. I'll check my bag and my wagon when we get back. But if I do, I'll let you know. He's yelling, that sort of not yelling. He's saying this down. He's basically leaning his head into the hole where the ladder is and talking to Angus.
Alright. I'll try to get, to sleep. Or is it my turn now?
No, you rest up. Dejar's up here now, so everything's all quiet.
Okay. I'll try and get some shut-eye.
Good night, everybody. And he'll carefully close the hatch. Or rather, he can't lock it, but you know what I mean. Can you close it if you're not is it just wedged in place? I forget.
They're just open right now.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I'll just leave it open for sake of ease.
Yeah.
And during the watch, films in a hushed tone because they're a lot closer to where everyone's sleeping now.
Dejar, I may need your quick help with something on the road. I'm going to be making some minor rune catalysts, and I want you to put some weak magical effects in. Trying to spruce up my jewelry when I do start making it more.
Okay, mild magic effect. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific on this, because there's a wide range in my list of spells.
Well, I remember when we had our talk about what you could do. You had that one easy spell. It was fuck, what was it? It's the one with a long name.
Prestidigitation.
That one. And it could do like a bunch of little things. It was like cleaning, making things shinier, that kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
Well, if I give you a pile of rooms, because I'm probably gonna just front load it. Would you be able to put say, let's start with a warming effect.
I could easily do that, yes.
Alright, thanks. I'll give you the runes when I make them.
Alright. It seems easy enough.
Thanks. And then we proceed with watch.
alright. So, unless anyone has anything they want to do, the rest of the night is going to go without much of an issue. You are at the foot of the Temple of Quetzali. There are plenty of guards around, lots of from what you can surmise, Dejar, lots of warding magic around.
Yep.
Good old-fashioned modding magic. A lot of people who might not have been, probably didn't miss the giant fucking pillar of light that appeared in camp.
Yeah, that took you imagine that turned some heads. So, as the next morning comes, what would you like to do?
That depends, really. Are we heading out immediately after breakfast, or...? I think we're done. Question mark.
There's one thing I almost forgot since last session. The Dejar needs to get the rune for the Waystone.
Oh yeah, you gotta tune the way to the Waystone here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we all need to do that.
Yeah, that's very good catch. Thank you.
Yeah.
I
Okay. So
assumed we kind of did. I kind of assumed we did that as we were waiting on people to do the research.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did do that.
Oh,
But I mean, we can go and say we did.
yeah, I mean, for the sake of brevity, we can say that given your recent affiliation with Talali and also the affiliation with Dejar, you are allowed to attune to the Waystone.
Hooray!
There you go.
And also, we're doing
Awesome.
a fucking job.
We're
for
doing
them.
that quest.
Oh, right. I remembered. I get my spells back.
You do.
I can do.
Yes, you do. It's new morning.
I need to do the.
I'm gonna take a long rest.
The sending to my contact, the one that should be meeting us for that quest.
Ah, okay. You're going to send a message to Ida.
Exactly.
All right. So, what are you going to say?
Give me 1 second. I have to bring up the.
You want the word count? Yeah. I can pause here if you like, just so there's no dead air. In the
Yes,
recording.
please.
Okay.
We'll
Alright,
you
okay,
just-
yeah. Okay, so I'll pause here. We'll
There are
switch
more
over
people
to
than just me.
we'll switch over to Vellum.
Alrighty, were you unpaused? Were we recording?
Yes, we are unpaused.
Alrighty. Well, in the morning, but after he finishes his usual prayers, his half hour, he'll get the sending stone out now that it's presumably recharged, and send a message to Rasman. Let me just get the thing up here, but I typed up ahead of time. Saw state of Doonhollow. Wondered if you'd seen or heard how other cities in Mayland are affected by events like the Holds or Port Morgan.
You hear.
Will be sent out.
You
It's
hear
so hard not to go
a
more.
a yawn from the other side.
Yeah, shit, it's super early, isn't it? Fuck.
By like an hour or two, man.
I
Fuck your time
I-
zones.
did a fucky wucky, but you know, Vellum's learned his lesson.
Is he?
And you hear a very, very tired Varesh on the other side go, Mayland's politics, not my speciality, but I've heard rumors. Western holds and towns are outraged. They defiantly keep the Iron Guard. Unfriendly to Black Hand presence.
Man, I think that squeaked in under the 25. And then Vellum just like thinks on the information, but then just looks at the stone and goes, "Oh right, I probably should have left that till later. I hope she does not chew me out for that later." And then he just goes about his day.
Well, also, give the lady a break. You literally just woke her up with,
No,
hey, information, please.
no, that makes sense. It's funny. It's like, oh wait, shit, she's gonna give me such an earful. I did a stupid.
I mean, it's kind of on brand for Vellum, but hey ho.
Look, he's learning. Like it's like it's giving somebody a cell phone for the first time, and they do stupid shit with it.
Yeah.
Just asleep. Here's just a ding. Oh, what the fuck? Anyway, was that enough time, Spice, or do you need a bit more?
A little bit more. I'm getting the second one prepared.
Okay.
It's fine. We could do breakfast.
Yeah. What does?
If anyone wants to talk about something over breakfast.
About second breakfast. I don't think he knows about second breakfast.
Doesn't think he knows about what?
Second breakfast.
Ah, right, of course, second breakfast. How silly of me. I read that as dong, and I'm sorry that I did.
I understand why.
It looks at Dong's room.
So what does Angus make for breakfast?
Breakfast time. Did it, but today, Angus makes something very different. Today he makes I don't think he's ever had to do this yet, but he does this.
Once he finds it. Oh.
He creates food. I really wish I could click on it and expand it so you can actually see what the spell does.
You gotta like
So,
click the info thing, which is weird and awkward. Like when you have the tab that comes open and then hold X to keep it open, and then you click info.
no, but
I
I
think.
mean when I cast the spell.
Yeah, I remember it
I
used
think
to.
that's in the setting, isn't it? I
Is
thought
it
that was in the settings.
But I can't even double click on it. What
Yeah.
I cast it.
The reason we disabled it was because all the descriptions of the weapons that everyone was using was also showing up each attack.
I didn't.
I recall that. I remember that it used to be that it would start minimized. You could click on it to see the information. Now I can't even click on it to see anything. Anyway, he uses magic because the food's back in the fucking
right,
chest preserving, you know, all those things. So he uses magic and he creates some food. Now he does have his little cookery tent and some spices and some things with him in his mess kit. So he does flavor it up, so it's not just slop. But it is the most bare essentials of breakfast that you could probably get. It is a bit of beans. You have some fatty, thick bacon slices, some eggs. All of it is fairly normal. There's nothing done to cook with in any special way, other than what you might expect if it was just thrown on a cast iron skillet.
Nothing too
However,
fancy.
He has a well-seasoned cast iron skillet, and a little bit of salt and pepper and whatever spices he has in his mess kit, something to touch it up, so it's not bland at least. But it is unfortunately a bit basic. When it comes to magic, it isn't always better than what he can do. Right? So all the good stuff's back there with the caravan. So today we are having a classic. This got through many a hold during the sieges of the Greenskin Wars. It's plain, but it's filling. much like the rest of his magic,
Yep.
it is accompanied by various forms of ghosts that help cook it up in ethereal fire pits and whatnot.
I love spooky breakfast.
It's spooky breakfast that manifests from spirit eggs to tangible eggs. There you go. Just
Alright.
how Granny used to make it, cause she did.
It's right over here.
All right, as
Thank you, Granny.
you're kind of sitting down for breakfast, Dejar, what are you sending to Ida?
You there, Spice? Is your mic muted? Hardware style.
Hardware style.
I'm gonna say it like this. This is probably the most regular breakfast we've had in ages.
It's so
yeah.
spoiled.
We are spoiled. We literally have a world-class cook running around with us smacking baddies.
Excuse me. You know what? I just realized something that's kind of hilarious. She's going to smell, on the air, food being cooked, and Talali's just gonna run up the side of the tower and just kind of like come up over the edge, be like, oh, y'all be cooking breakfast. Is the tiny dwarf the one doing it?
No! It's me grandma!
Then suddenly ghosts. This is probably the first time she's seen the ghosts, right?
Yeah.
Points right over there.
She's a fucking monk, and they
There's
can run up
Gaelic
walls.
sun.
Yep. Yep. Monk shit. Monk bullshit.
Yep. Seeing the ghost, Talali just kind of like, she is seemingly completely unaffected by it. She just kind of like there's a tiny bit of like a pleasant surprise, and she's just like, oh, and she goes around introducing herself to the ghosts.
Yeah, it's like
Just, hello, hello, hello.
most people that you've kind of performed this in front of, Angus, aren't they there's this degree of being taken aback by this strange sight, and some even a little bit fearful initially, but Talali just doesn't affect her.
Yeah, she's just like casually going through, like saying hi. It's like,
It's nice to meet someone with manners. You're
like,
the first person that's actually gone up to say hi.
oh, well, if you don't say hi to your ancestors, what's the point of having them,
He beams. Angus will remember that. Exactly! It's so important. That reminds me, we got a wee bit of chocolate as a gift, and I don't know if it's enough to replenish what you lost, but would you like to have some back as a thank you? I'll give you my share, how about that?
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. I appreciate it all. It was a gift given to you. You don't have to give it again.
Alright. I'll do something else instead.
But if you happen to cook it in something, I might take that.
We did get some cocoa beans. You mentioned something about that before, and spices and mixing it up.
Mm-hmm.
How about you tell me a bit about a good recipe? I'll put my twist on it, and we'll see how it comes out. And you can be the taste tester.
Oh, I never really been the one to do the cooking. Mostly that's my sister. She be the one that kind of has the, I don't know how you say it, lay of the land. She's the one that has the green thumb.
I don't know about that, but I definitely have the dirty apron.
I mean, that works too. To each their own. As for the recipe, again, we don't really know what all goes in it. Just know it's spicy. Spicy chocolate. Usually comes in a farm.
And he glances over in the direction of wherever Grunka happens to be eating at this morning. Grunka, do you
Hello.
like spicy?
Yeah.
Did you like the cocoa we had before?
No,
What if it was spicy?
that could possibly save it.
And he just kind of chuckles and looks to Talia.
She just kind of shrugs. She's just like, I mean, to each their own. I'm not gonna get mad at someone for their proclivities.
I don't know that word.
You know, their likes, the things they like.
Right. I don't speak a lot of trade tongue, so the big ones like that tend to,
Oh, that
Just
was.
rubs his smooth head.
Don't worry about it. That was Tansian. I don't really know if there is a translation in the trade tongue.
Shrugs. Well, anyway, here's your breakfast.
And she
If you
just.
want extra, let me know.
She's
I can
already
feed
like
the
he
baby.
says that she's already nodding, and she's just scarfing it down like those people that can eat anything and stay skinny. Like,
Right. And he's gonna take his ladle and he's gonna scoop out a couple extra servings. I can see you're gonna need this.
and she just like
Everyone had their share.
Now is nodding.
Both of Avon's characters get like 3 extra servings.
yep for different reasons. Charlie just takes the servings and puts them down by her, like she's sitting cross-legged, and she just like puts them down by her knees. So she's finished with one, she'll set it down, pick up another.
Laid out for the day.
Yep.
Okay. So, what's on the day's agenda? As he just starts his breakfast.
Well, I guess we walk back over the bridge, get our stuff, and back on the road.
Right, sounds good. Before we pack up, anyone want to do while we have, the tent and the tower all set up here nice and comfy? You did your little stone thingy. Anyone else need to do anything?
Out of character, weren't we supposed to do some fighting in the somewhere? In the
that's
library? Then later somewhere else?
Uh,
Or is that the resort? Okay.
That would be
It's a
the resort, I
resort.
think.
Where's the
Yeah,
resort?
on that,
It's
I
a,
may as well bring this up now in character. I'm having a bit of a think. Now my head's a bit clearer. This whole fighting business we got to do with the. I'm horrible with names. The place we're gonna rest at for a few days, the resort place.
I just know it is a resort.
Itzil,
That
if
one.
that's what you're talking about.
It's ill.
It's
There we
sealed.
I feel like we could probably. It feels weird interrupting what's supposed to be rest time for fighting. So I was thinking of maybe talking to Rasmund about maybe bumping the fight to like the end of it. How does everyone feel about that? Because it seems odd to interrupt our rest with fighting.
Liska's gonna kind of pick up like, I mean, but would we not want to recover from the fighting in the town?
I gotta agree. To be honest, I can never be at ease if I know work's coming up. I'm thinking about the work. I'm not thinking about relaxing. So until the deed's done, my brain's still in I gotta do it mode. So it's what's that word the humans use? Any something anxiety.
Anxiety?
There you
Anxiety.
go.
Surprising no one, the snack knows about anxiety.
Yep.
Sorry. Right, so
I get anxiety having to knowing I have to do something and then not doing it and taking it easy. I want to get it done. So what if we blast it through the first day, recover and relax and schmooze up with the rich folks betting on us afterwards?
that does make a lot more sense. So I should call Rasmus and see if she can pull back the fight to the first day.
I think that might be best.
Mm-hmm.
And we can try and get there just a tiny bit quicker. I think just a day before, we plop in a camp. You know, we get just less than half a day's travel, right close nearby. We just set up camp and we spend an entire day relaxing out here. Under the tower and in the tents. We just have a day to ourselves, we'll discuss things, sharpen our gear and all that. Fully ready to go, talk about tactics or whatever, and then we stroll in the morning, refreshed and ready, get it done, and then we can enjoy the resort afterwards. That's what I would like to do. How do you feel about it?
Well, that does make a lot of sense. Is everyone on board with that idea?
Yes,
Yeah, that was kind of my take on it as well.
I need to talk. Yeah, I need to do some sending to see where Ida is at.
Sounds good. We got some days before we get where we're going anyway, and it'd be good to let her know we're coming and what to expect and all that.
Well, not only that, but is she going to be at the resort, or is she going to be at where the Dragon Rider's tomb is? I just need to know. Oh,
Worth finding out. I assume she'd be on site, but better to find out. You're right.
She's whatnot the lass are going up to meet for the Aktishi tombs, eh?
Yeah, the
Yes.
dragon. What's it?
yes.
I was under the understanding she'd be up at the Ford camp or something. Right there. I don't know if she'd be at the resort.
Well, when I first contacted her, she was at the resort. So I wanted to
Aye.
check my bases.
It's a
But,
fair point. Know where she
what's
is.
his name?
Hmm?
The top library man. I
You
forgot his
mean-
name. The avatar of knowing stuff.
His new title.
The Avatar
Avatar of
of
Knowing.
Quasali. Izo.
Fuck, I'm not gonna say that.
Quetzali. Quet, like
Qu-
quest, like you're going on a quest.
Quest.
Quetzali.
Quest Ali.
There you go.
Okay.
And the avatar's name is Etzel.
Yeah.
It's Quest Ali.
It's like Itzel. You just take off one of the L's.
Okay,
Itzel.
so Questy gave us a quest to go there
Oh my gosh.
and
Etzel.
said she'd be there.
Etzel
Etzel.
gave you a quest.
Itzel gave the quest.
Yes.
Why can't y'all just have simple names like, you know, Gaelish or Brackenhofen?
So,
Hey.
so yes, we are going
English.
to meet up with the person who runs the excavation, but it would be a good idea to pin down where she actually is.
Yes. Also,
Did you
Angie,
why don't you
you-
ask her?
I'm going to, Mike. Patience,
It's okay, it was
please.
just an idea.
That's what she was trying to get at. Don't worry. It's all
All
good.
right. Weaving your spell. Ida, we are safe. Spent time at the Shaman's Mantle. Got a quest from the head librarian about the Dragon Rider's tomb. That's the first one. And she was going to wait for a response.
The response comes. I've just heard from Etzel. I shall be awaiting your arrival.
Where?
This is the reason why I prepared the second one. And she cast the second one. Lady Ida, are you still at Itzel at this time, or are you at the Dragon's Rider's tomb? We need to know where to meet before we leave.
The response comes, very promptly this time. Currently at the dig site, but I can meet you in Etzel in no time.
Right then. She says out loud, he is at the dig site, but he can meet us at Etzel at any time. So we can go to Etzel and we can easily pop over to the Dragon's Rider Temple with her magic, from my assumption.
Well, spend one more spell just to confirm that. We don't want to drag her all the way out here just to find out that she can't, and then we look quite the fool.
He is a powerful. Okay, you know what? I'll entertain you. All right.
Well, I don't doubt she can't. I mean, magic's very specific, isn't it? You gotta do it.
Vellum. Let me entertain the notion. Let me do this. Okay.
Fair enough.
Lady Ida, will you be transporting us to the dig site once we meet at Itzel? My companions are worried.
What?
Please placate them. That's it.
The response comes.
Before you respond, just to clarify, did you mean to say that my companions are worried and then ended, or was there something else in between?
Please
No,
placate
I-
the last words.
Please placate. That was it.
Okay. It just sounded like you were cutting out, and I was just confused.
No, I'm learning to clip my words. Continue, Ganner.
The response comes. I wouldn't worry about transportation. I can indeed transport your friends and you there, if you like.
He has this look to Vellum, like, really, on her face, and then says, Lady Ida can easily transport us there, no problem, if we would like to. Did that placate your worries, Vellum?
It did. I wasn't making assumptions about her ability, though. Merely the assumption of courtesy. Never assume anything of a powerful person.
Dijar will remember that.
Bizarre will remember this.
The jar disliked that. So, shall we set on the road then, or is there any other sendings you wanted to do?
I just used up all my sendings. I'm gonna need a short rest before I
Sorry.
get more back.
Ellen wanted to be sure. He didn't want us rocking up and being like, "Hey, you're super powerful, right? Can you just fucking poof us there, all 7 in our wagons?" It seems rude.
Had to stiff to this thing, but okay. It wasn't no to everyone, but all right, we can deal with this.
Okay, so what are you all doing?
Heading out, I guess.
All right.
Is there anything else?
Not really. I mean, once I gets into the wagon, she's gonna do some scrying.
Okay,
Ready for the
then.
road.
Right, so off onto the road.
Off and on and off and on.
So, without much issue, you do find your way back to the Steamhammer, and you are able to kind of start it up where it's parked and get it out without much issue. Back onto the road.
I got zoomed the fuck in. I was really zoomed out for some reason. I'm just gonna get these out of the way now because minor runic catalysts take like fucking 10 minutes. Continue, though, I'm just doing this.
So it's about 4 days that pass here. If you guys want to do any crafting or want to say anything while on the road during that time, feel free.
Alright. So one of those days, the yard's gonna do scrying like I mentioned. He's going to pick out Elizabeth's necklace. That one that Brunka gave her. He's going to think about it for a minute.
Okay.
The one that had her skull in it that Grunk was wearing.
Well, the yard has in her hand. She's not going to use this per se. She's thinking of a person that's connected to Elizabeth, that innkeeper, that little halfling jerk that she first met in Tagovia. I'm gonna scry on him.
Oh, okay then. He needs to make a wisdom saving throw, doesn't he?
Indeed. And my wisdom save it is 15.
15.
Be a 15.
So
I can make these.
saving throw. Okay. So, your eyes turn white as you have another one of these sort of out-of-body experiences. Your vision soars through clouds and these sort of dark, stormy clouds. The vision comes down upon a burning town. This is where those dark clouds are coming from. That smoke from the fire. Your vision flashes once again. You see this this familiar, small, crotcheted halfling figure that you met on your initial journey to Tarkovia during your hunter's test. Join the Langsmoor Lodge of the Hunter's Keep. It was this individual that had ratted you out to the guards before. You see him. He appears to be cloaked in dark leathers, a dark hood, hiding in the shadows of a street. This isn't familiar. This isn't a familiar town to you. You see a number of what look like a number of guards dressed in Carthan attire, sort of march by a hidden alcove that he seems to be hiding in. These guards appear to be flanking some sort of noble figure, presumably serving as bodyguards. This is an evacuation. It's at that point that this halfling figure seems to vanish in a billowing of smoke. You see him appear next to the noble figure There's a splatter of blood. Another gout of shadow. And he's gone. Your vision ends.
Okay. By this time... She's gonna open up her little note and jot down what you just saw and then scry again.
Okay.
Just on the same figure.
How many of those slots do you have? Or
I
is,
have-
is this from the curse?
This is from the curse.
Ah, okay. Once more, that searing pain in your forehead reignites. Let me bring up the stat sheet again. See if it will let me. Oh, no, Chrome's frozen.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Wisdom save. Okay. Once again, that searing pain in your forehead, your vision goes blank. Once again, this cloak of shadow billows past your vision. This individual, what you initially thought was this crotchety old man, this innkeeper, seems to be a very different person from what you initially thought. You can see bloodied daggers by his side. He appears to be dragging a body through the street. You see... make me a perception check.
Okay, give me a second. Papillon.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
You don't see much else beyond the fact that he appears to be dragging a body through cobblestone streets. You hear battle. You hear crying and shrieking in the background. A woman's guttural screams. Out on the street you see 1, 2, 3 shadows seem to whoosh past. Screaming falls silent. The fire continues to burn. This is an attack on a town, and he's part of it. Your vision ends.
He's madly writing this down. How many days have passed?
4 days.
Okay. Have sending up. He will send a quick message to Ivor, our partner, when he was doing the test.
Mm-hmm. You cast your
Ivor.
you begin casting your spell. It finds nothing.
Yet. Try casting it to Hans von Richter.
Mm-hmm. You cast the spell, it does find its target.
Hans, there's a halfling killing important figures I think he's connected to Elizabeth. Can send you a description later. But the town is burning.
The response comes.
I know, I'm a little bit busy right now.
He is rapidly thinking. Tanner,
Mm-hmm.
is there anyone else I could contact that would be, this information will be useful?
Let's see. I know there was that other. There was the cleric at the church.
I have forgotten her name.
Yeah. Here we go. Father Cravon. Although
Okay then.
he did. Let's see.
No, we tried him before.
Yeah.
How about the cleric that I saw with Hans?
Sorry?
The cleric that I saw with Hans when they left, and I had Ivor with me.
Ah, yes, that third party.
I know she said her name, but I can't remember it.
Let's see here. I'm trying to find it in our DMs.
Hold on.
One second. I'm just gonna. It's just so you know. We're gonna briefly pause the recording so I can actually fucking find it. Okay, so sending spell to Victoria.
Yes. Victoria, where's Ivor?
Begin to weave the spell. It finds
Yeah,
nothing.
Yes. He writes something very disturbing in her. Is the what she found out disturbing in her journal. Great. You know what? I'm not gonna use that last one, but I'll use the now is not a good time. Says to herself, stress and anxiety not give a clear mind. I'll wait closer toward the evening. She's just gonna close her book up and just think on what to do next.
All right. So, what's everyone else doing?
Well, before hopefully all that drama, Vellum would have, like the morning they left, Vellum would have left the runic catalysts, 8 of them, for Snack to work on.
Quick question. Just before we continue, Janner, you said you paused. Did you pause? Did you restart?
Yes, I have. I've unpaused.
Okay.
Okay, good. But also I can't seem to find the tool check macro. Does it not exist anymore?
Oh, wait, hang on.
Because I clicked it and then there was no down for the tool option, and then I went to the macro directory and it's not there.
Okay, that's odd.
I can do it manually, but just sort of flagging
Yeah,
that up
yeah.
in case I'm stupid.
Yeah, it's just vanished. Huh.
Yep, I don't have mine either.
Okay, well, I'll just do it manually.
Yep.
Just find where I put those things. But yeah, those catalysts are for Snack to work on. I'm just going to craft on the road, but there's nothing... Oh, right, yes, the other sendings. I almost forgot. I had other sendings to do, but I don't have crazy curses to give me multiple. The second day, Vellum's going to do sending at an appropriate time this time. Probably like halfway through the day or something. We're not making many enemies, but the ones we have are dangerous. Know you have bodyguards, but is your security sufficient? We are connected after all.
The response comes. Oh, it's adorable you're concerned for my safety, Vellum. Don't worry your little head. If shit hits the windmill, I'll be safe. I have protection.
Okay, that's that sending done. And the last one is as a courtesy, because you know, keeping good connections with your employers. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. This is the third day, because obviously day cooldown. You said 4 days, right?
4 days.
Okay. We'll be en route to Tech Tarhos for some time. Like keeping my hands busy. If you require them, tell me. Do jewelry along with blacksmithing.
The response comes with a
Shoot, once your hands busy.
Shit,
the response comes with a bit of a chuckle. You have to work on your unintentional innuendo.
I'm gonna slap somebody. I didn't want to. Sorry, continue.
A kind offer. I wouldn't say no to gifts, but I've no dire need right now.
Just wanted easy promotion. Ugh, God. What am I gonna do with you, Vellum? Alright, that's really the only pressing things I had to do, besides crafting, but I'll be doing that in the background, so if anyone else had anything to do on the road, by all means. Nope, that did not have the drop down, because it's not in the macro. Right, of course.
I'm just gonna say this. Vellum and Ishar are two bumbling fools, but each their own right.
We're both ends of the stupid spectrum.
May look stupid on the outside, but we get shit done.
I fucking love them both.
Maybe it's an Alshamic thing, who knows?
You're saying that, but you two are literally the only Alshamic people we know, so...
We've not set a good trend, are we?
Okay.
The beetle.
The
100% of all the Alshamic worshippers I know are fucking himbos or himbos.
I mean, you're not wrong, but
Part of the sun worship is tanning and oiling.
yeah.
It cooks your brain.
The terrain here seems to sort of vary between tall sand dunes and long plains of barren shrublands. You smell the sea air to the north. You see distant tall mesas of red stone to the south. Tlali and Saoyun. Something catches your curious glances. Off in the distance, a couple of miles towards the south, over a few dunes, there's where the sort of mazes reach these towering heights. You notice one of them seems to have a strange structure perched atop of it.
How strange are we talking? Like naturally strange or unnaturally strange?
It's odd. It's like 4 large slab-like standing stones, seemingly arranged in a circle.
Mayan Stonehenge, let's fucking go!
Hell yeah.
Sao gives a sort of puzzled look at first, but then sort of turns around to the party and Talali, for that matter. And she sort of asks out into the open, knowing that Talali does not have a fucking earring. God, we're really relying on those.
I mean, they're incredibly useful.
I see a bunch of stones up ahead, but they don't look right. Do you know what they are, Talali?
Off the top of my head, that is a no, but I'm sure I might.
Now we'll gesture in the direction of the stones.
Let's see. You've seen a couple of these before while during your travels across Tanzia. They may be Akteshi burial sites. You're not sure.
They may be where the Akteshi buried their dead. That's all I really know about that.
And that's audible, right?
I mean, she says it when she's back here by the cart, yeah. I don't think Angus would hear it. Actually,
Oh, yeah,
where's Sal?
That was
Sal said it out loud.
yeah.
And
She
she's
said it
on
loud
top
enough for
of the
Talali to
steam
hear.
hammer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how loud it is inside that thing.
Actually, Shochittle's with you now, isn't he? Isn't she, rather?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, Shittle.
Sir Shittle.
Sir Shittle! Speak unto us these secrets.
It's a chit.
Fuck.
Chittle.
Shochittle.
Chittle.
Char. Right. Point is, at that, is Angus able to hear that with his passive, if it's loud enough to be shouted over here?
He'd most likely be able to hear what Sal was saying. So, yeah, he'd probably be cued in that there's something going on.
If Sal, I'll say this: if Sal pointed, like, out to, like, she said something out loud, and then she pointed. I mean, Talali's passive is pretty insane.
How insane.
I mean, her hearing's better than yours.
You know what?
That's fair. Someone's got good eyes, not ears.
I got a 24 on passive, so...
On passive sight, yes. I have a 23 flat.
You
Go.
motherfucker.
Models are side only.
Yep. Angus will sort of pipe up. I'll assume that he'll be able to hear this because I'm going to be part of the conversation. Kind of leans his head out the window and looks up towards Saoyun, and if she's on her mount, Sir Chittle. What's this about stones?
I see some stones right up ahead, just cresting a hill. Talali says they might be Akteshi burial sites.
I'm something of an Akteshi lore expert. Well, do they look anything like the last one we got? What were they, the elementals we fought off? 4 great standing spires of stone, sort of round, natural, but maybe they're carved.
Sarah just sort of slowly nods her head. Yeah, that's
Aligned with the cardinal directions.
Sarah just gives a look over to the direction of the stones. Just sort of vaguely turns her head to tilt. Maybe?
Look at a good look. If it's tilted 45 degrees to the cardinal directions, that tends to be where they bury sorcerers, like where we found that last one. But if it's aligned properly with the cardinals, that's where they put the great physical warriors. Or nobles, often they were the same.
Would we know? Well, I guess if Talali's been by here a few times, would she know what orientation they are, Jenner? Unless Angus is just talking out his ass, which is also a possibility.
What's Talali's passive history? Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Pacifist?
Yeah.
23.
Passive history.
Passive history is just base 10.
Right. I mean, could be the case. Best you heard from Edsel. Things like this do tend to be sort of Ancestry burial sites. You're not sure the specifics of the orientations, if that's even a thing. Who knows?
I mean, if it's on the road, she's likely seen it, has she not?
She has seen these structures before. She has been told by Edsel that they are typically where they bury their honoured dead. But again, whether or not the orientation of the stones has anything to do with the profession of the person, of the giant that's entombed there, you've never heard anything about that from Edsel.
Oh yeah, that was just, whatever. Like, it was just trying to think about the orientations. Like, she wouldn't know anything about fucking. She doesn't care about that shit. She's just like, oh, is that, were they oriented in this specific way? But yeah, she just is gonna shrug, move slightly north so she doesn't hit this.
Yep, I was just about to say.
Shit will do a moonwalk. Yeah, and so yeah, she just kind of shrugs, and it's just like, don't really remember which direction they be facing. I mean, we gonna be getting there anyway. We'll find out then.
Right then, detour! And he starts turning the steam hammer.
Off-road.
Oh, this baby's made for this terrain.
And
you see boulders. I see a pathway.
So, question, Jenner, just to kind of is what you're talking about this?
Not quite, no.
Okay.
I love the fact that Angus is just like, fuck your roads, this baby's all terrain.
Yeah, it's a very, very bumpy road. But Liska, you're on the back, you just hang on tight.
This is just chilling, sitting down, legs stretched out.
Shochitl is used to off-road terrain, so no issue for a raptor who's familiar with these lands. So, as you'll begin your approach, sort of cresting a few hills with a thud as you kind of turn that steam hammer off-road. After a few weeks on the main road, it's good to sort of once more flex the tank's off-road capabilities here. The journey is less.
Cart.
The cart?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I just. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, the journey is less taxing on the on the tank than it was in the Morbog, but you'll begin to sort of weave your way through the mazes. It's about an hour's journey off road. tall, wind-blasted rocks cluster ever tighter to each other. And it's at that point that you begin to hear the sort of grinding of metal on stone. The cart and the steam hammer are having a hard time trying to weave their way through here. What you doing?
Is it just too tight?
It seems to, this cluster of mesas is getting sort of more and more densely packed towards that sort of top tall mesa spire. That sort of this tower of rock that seems to be the central point of this this cluster, and the closer you get to the center, the tighter you're having to weave through the mesas. It's like this forest of towering red rocks.
He'll tap the area. Hey, Dejar, you got your little bird friend?
Yes, I'd have my familiar. She responds through the earring.
Can you send her up and away a bit? See if she can see the path, if it winds tighter and tighter, or if it opens up. If it gets too tight, we just may not be able to fit.
Alright, give me a minute.
Alright. And just full break.
How tall are these mesas?
You can see that central mesa. It's this tower of striated red rock that reaches upwards about 200 feet in height. The rest all appear to be sort of shorter than that. It's like the further out the mesas that the other rocks are from this central tower, the shorter they are.
Alright. Well, he summoned a familiar.
Alright.
Operating and he's keeping her hand open just so she can fly out and
as
meld her senses with hers. So as she flies out close to 100 feet, she can see.
Alright, you send out your familiar Agatha towards this tower. It is immense in size. Just go ahead and make me a perception check for Agatha.
Right, give me 1 second. Abilities.
So you begin your approach. She begins soaring up and over the red rock. You can see the pathways between the rocks begin. They do indeed grow tighter and tighter. Widest near the foot of this tower is probably about 5-10 feet wide. You can also see, or rather hear through her, a chorus of squawks and cawing and mating calls that is hard to ignore at this proximity. This small gathering of about 5 to 10 pteranodons at the pillar's peak. You can see a number of nests filled with eggs.
Right. Okay then, she's going to dip, before she dips out of the sense, mentally tell her familiar to come back, dip out of the sense, and then relay the information through the earring Right. So the path does get tighter from what you can assume about 5 or 10 feet wide. And there seems to be there's a pause for a moment. Mating calls from Bragdodon? Yara always messes up with the names of these beasts. Those beasts that we saw flying through the canyon. They have nests, eggs, up on that tower. It could be dangerous. He says this to just open through the earring so everyone can hear it.
Except Lolly.
Vellum will reiterate for the benefit of Talali and those who do not have earrings.
Well, he's gonna nod. Let go. That makes sense.
So what you doing?
How far are we from the tower exactly?
You're about 100 feet by now. Sorry, no, no, so 200 feet rather.
And when does it start getting very narrow from where we are to where we had to probably get out of the wagon and stuff?
Oh,
up to the tower.
You've probably gotten as close as you can so far. Before there is a possibility that going any further you would risk wedging the steam hammer and the wagon into the rocks. And it might be difficult to get them out.
How high is are these rock ledges?
From here, you see two of them from to your right and left that seem to tower about 100 feet.
Damn.
You do see.
Slowly, did Vellum say that? Did Vellum reiterate?
Word for word.
Something? Okay. So I was gonna be like, so are we? Be we turning around, or are we trying to go forward to see how the hubbub is about?
We
Gonna get wedged.
yeah, that he specifically mentioned from here onward is gonna get tighter, the pathway.
Beep, beep. And he starts backing up. Sticks his head out and looks up the side as he's looking at the cart. Sticks a hand out and waves and backs up a little bit.
Yes. Just sticks her head out the window. I don't think we can go any further, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's
So-
just backing up a little bit.
Talali is going
Just
to.
enough to be able to squeeze past.
Talali is going to stand up on the back of Shichittle's saddle, and then she just kind of look up one of the walls, and then she's just gonna kind of leap to it and run up the 100 feet because she's a monk.
Y'all just stares at this like,
shit.
the fuck?
Monk
Doing his
bullshit. Yeah, she's gonna dash so she gets 120 feet of movement. But
In fact, just for the sake of curiosity, go ahead and make me an acrobatics check,
I mean, I don't have to, but sure.
just to see how stylish you can make it.
Sure. Okay.
21. You see where these two pillars seem to come to like a 5-foot gap, and you just sort of flee, leap one to the other, up all the way up to the top.
The cool
She's-
factor.
Yeah, and she's just gonna kind of sit there and look. Does it seem like all these pillars are kind of getting to that level of proximity, like towards the center? Like,
yes.
we should be able to leap, like from pillar to pillar.
Probably not be able to leap from pillar to pillar, but you may be able to climb that 200-foot pillar in the center. It might be possible. You can also see you're about level at this sort of midway point between. Actually, you know what I can do? I can bring up the map just to make this easier.
Oh dear.
Here we go. Feel free to ignore that error.
Can do.
Oh boy.
I will bring up Talali.
That is a lot of goddamn tall shadows.
Look at him, tall.
There we go.
Is Angus fucking just wanting to crack down on this bed already? No, forget it.
What hasn't been said is over the past few days, he's already been drinking heavily.
This motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I answered my own question in saying that he's already started.
Already begun.
Oh yeah, it's been going on for a while.
God, he's gonna.
Actually, at the rate he's been going, I don't know if you want me to make con checks or not.
Yeah, I would probably have
Especially
to
when
ask.
you're
For about
driving?
30 pints a day.
I would have to ask you to make a Constitution saving throw for this, with advantage, because you are a dwarf, and technically it is a form of poison.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it like this.
Ruled up.
Preferably, I would like Angus to be at least semi-sober.
Oh no,
while
you.
driving.
You know what? That's why I did that. I did that thing before.
Okay.
God.
I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna use that
Thing of fate.
To avoid being drunk.
I foresee myself getting shit-faced if I drink this too quickly. I shall drink it slowly. And get even more.
You gain a point of drunkenness.
So that's would be for the past 4 days. By the way, since you have 4 days of travel.
You're lucky there's no such thing as a fucking DUI.
So,
That explains the excited off-roading.
When you
so you have.
roll with
You have.
remind me. Sorry, do you use advantage if you rolled with advantage initially?
I think Thread of Fate. I'm actually checking that right now. I think Thread of Fate just gives you an extra dice. It doesn't.
Okay.
But hold on, let's check.
No, it's a reminder, but maybe very relevant.
Yeah.
Because you would
get to re-roll.
you would have advantage because you're a dwarf. You got poison resistance.
If that's the case, then
Yeah, it says Thread of Fate specifically says you roll with advantage if you had advantage.
Okay, well, I mean, there you go, it's not 6.
Jesus Christ. That is like those
I am
low rolls,
rolling
dude.
horrendously.
I mean, it's sunny here compared to the cold
Okay,
and murky
so
north.
you do actually this is a really fine. This is a fairly because depending on how strong the alcohol is, it alters the initial DC. Base ale is a 10. This is fairly strong alcohol, so I don't think you would succeed there.
You are chucking what is ancient fucking jungle juice.
Yeah. So as it functions like it does function like exhaustion without being lethal. You have disadvantage on ability checks, and you have disadvantage on initiative checks, and I think that's it for drunkenness 1.
This is gonna be fun.
For what? For the poisoned condition?
No, for
No, drunk.
you have a point of drunkenness.
Okay.
Yeah, and like the more alcohol you consume, the higher that level goes. Before
What rules are we using?
I think it's homebrew.
I think it's just
I'm not aware of
modified
these.
exhaustion rules.
That's what I'm saying. Where are the rules? So I can understand what I'm doing.
I think we've tackled this since Doom.
Yeah,
Last time we used the drunkenness rules, we were in Dune Hollow, butt chugging a bunch of drinks around a table.
okay.
Can you please not say butt chugging? We are not butt chugging. Well, this is a butt of beer. Fuck, I am butt chugging.
So
You are chugging.
There's a reason why I'm saying it.
So the flagon wagon was filled with these pints of ale,
Yes.
and these pints of ale items have these rules in them.
So I've got, because this could be leading up to combat, I've been doing this for 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I've done for the first day.
Okay.
Bill, you have drunkenness for 4 hours.
So,
Okay, so I have to see if over the next couple of days I get exponentially drunk.
so give me another Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy. Let's see. Am I about to have my own Tao Shan's experience?
12. Okay, you just squeak by the DC.
Oh god. We're gonna have a drunk dwarf.
So third day,
Oh yeah.
another Constitution saving throw. 7. You gain another point of drunkenness.
God.
What? I'm gonna threat of fate because I get him back each day.
Yep.
You should, buddy. I recommend using.
So
This dude is.
okay.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Finally.
Right.
Alright, so not getting another point of drunkenness.
Mm-hmm. And fourth and final day. Doing one more. 23. Okay. So you are.
So it goes down.
That is correct. Okay.
Well, actually, all levels of drunkenness are removed after a long rest, so...
Is
What
drunk
you
every
really need to roll for was for today.
Okay, oh shit, yeah, reading that.
But
So,
thankfully, we know that you are, not that drunk.
I've had a couple bad days.
Mm-hmm.
Bad
He just
starts,
cracked
but
it now. He's starting his little sipping, but he hasn't gotten lost in that sauce.
Oh,
You
I haven't
almost
gone.
did.
Okay, so while this is at let's get back to what's happening.
Yeah.
yeah.
I wanted to see how fucked I was. I didn't realize everything was removed.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, binge drinking is when shit happens.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Right. So
So I have a question.
yes.
I'd like to kind of go back to the discussion and the bet/oath that happened. If it's like exhaustion, but you can't die, then there is no he can't lose the bet.
That depends, because if he gets to the level 5 drunkenness, he is unconscious for 8 hours and can't drink during those 8 hours.
I mean, I know,
Even
but
just-
if you can.
Even just 4 is he can't move. 3,
But here's...
anything he does is just gonna be bonked. Fucking
I wouldn't-
crafting is gonna be bonked at first.
I'm just
Is he gonna craft or is he gonna drink? He's a dwarf.
I mean, I'm
Oh,
just
now
saying,
that's
like-
truly.
saying he
difficult
can
one.
he can drink, and as long as he's making saves, he can drink for the entire day and likely not fall unconscious. And if it's speed 0, he doesn't have to move if he's in the driver's seat. And, you know,
Exactly.
if he feels like
I'm not moving, the tank is. Meanwhile, is swerving.
yeah, it's like
Running over Tiny
Anyway.
Nine.
anyway,
it's a tank. If he just sets shit to fucking,
Forward.
equal pressure on both sides of the tread, it's gonna go straight. He doesn't have to steer with the wheel or some shit.
I mean, true, but roads rarely.
No,
you know,
it's
really
gonna
good.
curve
I think we could discuss this after game.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so Talali, and you said that this thing's about 100
This
or
is-
200 feet total.
Yes, 200 feet tall. You can see what appears to be kind of perched up on one of these obelisks is a pteranodon,
Okay.
sort of just looking
Uh,
out.
Gotcha. Does so there? This appears to be just like their nesting grounds. I'm guessing.
It would seem to be.
Okay. So I just kind of like does some peeks, kind of looks around a bit, and then she's going to just kind of go down, and then can I do that? Sure. This just to see what it's like. So I was just going to just step off the 100-foot drop and just kind of land by the party.
Okay. You take no damage.
So
Graceful.
yep, she just like whoop, lands and then stands back up. And it seems that it be the pteranodons mating grounds. We probably don't want to disturb them. They'll likely get a pretty pissed and come attacking us. You know, all the
Yeah.
babies and whatnot.
That's what I thought.
Sarah just gives a look from Talali and then over to Liska and just sort of motions a little to what just happened. It reminds me of something you did once.
Oh yes, when I jumped off of the cliff to save Vellum's life, yes. But that I landed in snow, a lot softer.
Yeah, it wasn't soft for me.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
that was your fault, not mine.
I'd say it was the dragon's fault.
Excuse me. The yard needs to know why did you were falling off the cliff after Vellum?
I did not fall,
What?
I jumped.
Big
There is a
jump.
difference.
But why did you need to jump after him?
Because he was likely going to die.
I did just get thrown out of a dragon's mouth, so that is a fair assumption.
Why?
Long story.
We were fighting dragon. We were fighting Crothis. Dragons tend to try to kill people.
Okay. Alright.
Angus, will you stop pacing?
No, I'm fine. He's kind of standing and stumbling just a little bit.
Are you sure
Just
about
started
that?
drinking.
I have just started drinking. I just haven't stopped.
So, yeah, Talai's just going to kind of, with the words like, so we think we should probably head on back, go back to the road.
It'd be a safe assumption.
How do you get to the site from there?
Which I mean,
The big standing stones.
Talai kind of looks around to where they are, like, these are the big standing stones.
Squints. I thought this was a burial site.
Nah, just a nest in one.
Yeah. I think it's best just leave.
But from over here,
So you kind of
kind of trying to look around.
Angus, as you kind of look around, you look up to that tall, towering mesa in the center. You do indeed see what appear to be these sort of, well, two sort of like two flat 40-foot tall obelisks perched at the very, very top of the very, very top of this pillar. They do not appear to be oriented in these cardinal directions as you suspected, but they do remind you of that one burial site that you encountered prior to the wall.
No. That's a burial site. I'll bet my dinner on it. Up there at the top. There may be whatever those birds may have set some nests there, but that is absolutely a sight.
But Sal just sort of pipes up.
Come on.
Hold on.
Ah.
I may have something that's gonna make it easier. And with it, Sal takes out a little... It looks awkward at first, but it's like a set of dials that are layered in rings inward. And she sort of adjusts it slightly and then hands it over to Angus. Within your palm, and press it your other hand over it.
Okay, and palm, other hand over.
And Angus disappears from sight from everybody else.
What's it?
That is the spell storing item. I finally figured out how to fucking flavor it in a reasonable way.
So what is it?
Invisibility. You have an hour to get over there and get back. At least the fucking angry lizard birds can't see us.
So what's it do?
It made you invisible.
You just hear
So
from the
just sort
ether.
Sarah just sort of holds out her hand as if, you know, the fact that she can't see him.
Angus, where'd you
He
go?
looks down. Ooh. Haha, stupid birds. They'll have no idea that I'm coming. In fact, they can't even see me. I'm invisible. I'm perfect as he's just talking and walking.
Maybe lower the noise, it makes you invisible, not silent.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! Invisible.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
At that
The
point, he's
point
going to bounce on the ball of his feet, and he's going to clatter and rattle and jingle.
Yeah, he's got disadvantage on stuff. It's like, oh, I'll be nice. I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
But advantage on
The rattle of cast iron against
yeah.
steel.
ting 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 ting
Also-
ting ting.
The point was that each of us would get a turn, and then we all go in.
Okay, sorry. Here you go.
Thank you. And
I just like to point the fact that the thing itself is invisible since he's holding it. So he's like, here you go, and then there's nothing you can see.
Something invisible hits you.
Just
He
pokes
just
you
tosses
right in the
it at
belly
you.
button.
yeah,
Sal probably knows exactly where he is, as well as Talia, because not just the sound he's making, but his deep-set footprints on the rocky, gravelly, sandy soil.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
But yeah, this was my idea for making sure that we can actually get through this without being fucking hounded by these bird lizard
Great
things.
idea.
Hey, I'm useful.
You've always been.
I know, I'm just being slightly sarcastic.
Let the woman be sarcastic for one.
Anyway, like this, I would pass this along to each and every one of us so we can, get in VC.
Okay.
This is gonna, question. Given the stones, does she feel like she'd be able to kind of translate her own kind of mountain homes to the sheerness of these things? Because these are kind of vertical rocks.
Yeah. I would probably say, given that you're a mountain folk, I would give you advantage to climb these with an athletics check.
Would he get his normal, ignoring difficult terrain and mountainous environments?
Yeah. But
Alright.
this isn't necessarily like a 45-degree difficult terrain. This is just sheer rock face that you probably have to climb. Okay, so you
Makes sense.
pass around the invisibility mechanism.
Yeah. The only issue with it is the fact that we can't see each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is dangerous when climbing.
Yes. You don't see anyone.
How high is this place, or where is the
200 something feet.
Yeah. This plateau
cool.
is 200
So I
feet.
So the Yara would be like,
Before you cast a spell, I'd like to remind you how spell storing item works. In activating it, you cast the spell it stores and holding your concentration to cast it if it needs it.
True.
I just want to remind you, because I am 100% sure you were about to fucking cast Fly.
Oh no, nah. I was gonna cast Arcane Gate.
Oh.
Just make it simple as straight to the thing and straight back.
Alright.
Does that require concentration?
Let's see.
Yes.
It is very noticeable,
Yes,
though.
it does.
So
How high?
As soon as she casts a spell, invisibility drops also.
Yeah.
I would be fine with invisibly dropping as long as I can concentrate on that spell. People
Alright.
can go in and out.
I mean,
Is-
if we need a big glowy portal, will definitely draw attention.
I mean, it's a good escape.
True. Save it for when we need to escape. What height is this, so I can know how much to add?
200.
200.
That one is 100 feet. This one is 200 feet.
But also, here's the thing though. You're all invisible. If I did the Arcane Gate, yeah, they'll just see a gate, but anyone that goes through it who's invisible, they can't sense.
I mean,
Alright.
we've built it already.
Vellum, go ahead. Go ahead and
Probably
make
be
me.
busy looking at the magical gate and us once we get through it.
Vellum, make me an athletics check to climb that.
Alrighty.
You guys want to do it
6.
this way?
You get about 15 feet before you kind of fall back down to the ground.
My dice roller is not. Oh, unless you were rolling to GM.
I sure was.
Okay.
I was doing craft roll, so I hadn't had it on GM.
You take
It was a 6.
8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
So he just looks at the vellum-shaped ground. Just like, which one was that y'all fell?
I'm getting a con save. Oh no.
Because
Oh,
you
right,
took bludgeoning damage.
Concentration.
Oh no.
Why is
Oh, just barely.
Oh,
Just barely. Fucking.
Okay.
my simple idea to just make us invisible, walk up to the place and have a look?
What was
Okay.
your idea, Dejar? How are you getting up there?
I have a spell that requires me to concentrate, so I'll have to drop the invisibility, but it will give a gate from here to there. You guys can walk through it, do what you need.
You do that, I'm not climbing.
So,
Please.
Alright.
Uh,
you.
Talali's just gonna run back up this rock,
yep.
Because you can.
Monk shit.
and then she's
Alright.
going to make a small little hop over to this side,
Mhm.
and then run up another 100-something feet to
Oh.
the top.
Okay, just make me another acrobatics check to see how far, how stylish this is.
And
Okay. Question, Jenner. Why? Nobody can see me.
Oh, yeah, that's true actually.
Yeah, invisibility. Sorry if you want to do flavoring,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You can't. If you can't see it, you
Okay.
can't flavor it.
So, make me a stealth check, please.
Sure.
Okay. Once Aven's done with that, I'm gonna cast Arcane Gate.
You're lucky I still have 2 uses of this invisibility.
5.
Hey,
What's is okay? So,
So, I believe Scrisso, it's only audible.
So as you kind of crest over the ridge of this pillar's peak, you can see what appears to be a cairn of 4 massive slabs of rock. A few of the pteranodons sort of squawk at each other, and the one nearest to you, Talali, appears to hear something hit the stone ground, and a bit of dust, and it kind of turns around, sniffs the air for a moment. And seems to continue on with tending to its nest.
All right. Talali's just gonna see that and just be like, huh. Yeah. She's just going to be extremely kind of still and just look around at all the different things and all the eggs and other pteranodons that are here, and again just be like, oh, let's see, 1, 2, 5, 6 with the side, the center, 4 things, and then she's going to very surreptitiously jump back here.
Okay.
And then she's going to jump back down to the ground with the party. And kind of land and just be looking at everybody, be like,
You
Could
can't,
there
can't see
be-
everyone, so you imagine they're there.
I mean, yeah, she knows where they were.
Mhm.
Like everyone's voice was generally. So she'll probably land over here, and then, or she'll probably land over. God fucking damn it! Let me do it. Fucking.
There you go.
what the fuck?
There we go. That's what a fucking measure. Yeah, she'd probably land over here and then walk back around, like watching out for tracks and whatnot. And then you don't have
Larry,
just,
hello?
just- and then she's going to be like, again,
As
like,
as you bump
Davy
into
Neston.
Angus.
Yeah, again, Davy Neston. There's 6 of them up there. Like, yeah, there's some old Akteshi stuff, but I really don't think we should be going up there.
I'm
It's like-
curious about the Akteshi site and really want to see it. I have no intentions to hurt those critters or destroy their eggs.
Yeah, but you also be drunk.
I'm not drunk. I'm basking in the last evening's glow.
Yeah, you was stumbling around before you went invisible.
Absolutely, that's a dwarf's swagger.
Now, okay.
What if you or some of the others can do some of those? I'll just step in and observe. I want to see the historical site, and often there's very important items that can be buried along with them. Something that could make a big difference in what's coming up. And honestly, we need every advantage we could get.
So you wanna disturb? Just so you know, I'm pretty sure opening tombs and stuff like that is gonna disturb the creatures. They're gonna know something's up.
Yeah, but they're not destroying their nests.
If
They might be like, oh, somebody's here, but it's a little bit different if we just say, alright, let's just shoot them so it's easier. I don't want to do that.
and what if they attack? What's gonna happen?
All in favor of just beating them up but not killing them, making sure we don't kill no eggs unless you want some extra flavorful breakfast.
How about if they start getting agitated, do we leave?
I mean, they're already gonna be a little agitated. It's the nest, right? But like, I'm sorry, important Tishy artifacts and history and information is more important than one nest of how many hundred thousands across all of this land? Like, I don't want to kill them or hurt them. I don't want to disrupt the future generations with the nest.
So drunken grave robbing be more important than letting these creatures be.
A dozen of them, aye, versus however many are going to be lives saved going up maybe a powerful artifact or a scroll, whatnot, like the snake has, or who knows, right?
I have a
It's
name.
a couple of nests. We're not going with
And 6 nests, there'll be 6 of them in there, and they'll be full of eggs.
What
Are
if
they
you?
sitting on top of the tomb? I'm not gonna say we destroy everything, I'm just saying find the burial site. Get the things that's in there.
I don't want to take part in the grave robbing. Just because you think there might be something shiny for you.
Well, more than shiny, I don't care about the shiny, I care about powerful tools.
That you think might be up there. You
Right.
don't actually know.
Okay,
Well, what's the grand consequence of us checking?
Disturbing these mating and like nesting site. They might completely eradicating any future generations that might be coming here.
So we got 6 some odd nests, each full with eggs. A dozen eggs, right? Maybe that's 80 of them.
How you
In
feel about
20
strangers coming into your home and fucking up?
Quite good. Which is why I'm trying to find a respectful middle ground.
So as long as they came into your place, fucked everything around, took all the valuable stuff that, may or may not bother you, and then left respectfully, you'd be okay with strangers coming in and messing around with your place.
So you don't want to check and see if there's something useful here that could be pivotal for our group to help defend your capital by taking a tool.
You don't need anything
Off of a
from
dead
this
warrior
place to help
somebody-
defend my capital. My capital's gonna be fine.
If I may, Solani, would you have issue if we had a non-interfering way of checking? Just going in and looking without disturbing anything or anything like that?
That's what I suggested. She already said no.
No, you suggested going in and doing some disturbing. Oh, if it happens to bother them, who cares? They're just beasts in your eyes.
Well, let's
But Sable,
calm down.
Valen, if you have a better suggestion, I'm open to it.
Well, let's see. Dejar,
Yes,
that flight spell of yours, you can put that on other people, right?
I can, and I can also use an arcane eye to check without, physically being there.
Well, Agnes, would the eye be satisfactory for you?
Can I see through it?
No, only the cast.
Well, how about this then? You work with Sao, using some invisibility and some flight on Angus. He goes and takes a look without touching or disturbing anything. And then everyone's satisfied. Does that sound good for
Okay.
everyone?
If I'm flying, they're probably not gonna hear me trod.
Do you want to just know what the runes say?
I want to know about the history of it. If it's an important burial site of one of the warriors of the people that enslaved us, that's a little bit different. I don't care about grave robbing them, they're right fucking twats. I do care about your animals and I do want to respect you, right? But there are things that are very important, and I'm sorry, I do agree. I think your life is worth more. Not that they're just beasts. In no way that Ram Bastion is just a beast. He's a good man. But sometimes you would put your life or the life of your kids probably before a nest, right? Well, I'm trying to think of everybody here and what's going on with that Voldis and the weird guy in the mirror, and there's something bigger than just me, eh? And bigger than a few of these bird things, right? All life viable, get that. But if you're hungry, sometimes you hunt, right? So we've made compromises before. I just want to find one.
Don't
you
conflate
can
hunting
feel
between
okay
what you're doing right here. They be completely different.
And okay, on this note,
Okay.
can I use my arcane eye to check what the runes say? Because I can speak giant, and I can write it down, so anyone else who can read giant can read it. Is that
There
fair?
you go. Okay, I'll do that. You'll just have to be very visually descriptive to me. If you do that, I'll
She
think
gonna be
about
writing it
compare
down.
What I know.
Yeah.
You write down the letters, but what is the shape of the stone? How can you tell from the different angles or the
I'll be
movements of the
visually-
chisels? You know, it tells you these things. With that, I can tell you the very year within 100. Right? That might not sound great, but you're dealing with 25,000 years. That's pretty darn close. When it's made, probably by who?
There's still the option of a joint magical effort to get you invisibly flying so you can look at yourself. Would that
But-
be
Fine with that.
acceptable? Yeah.
Who's okay with that? Show of hands. Great, majority vote.
Actually, I counted everybody's hand down.
I didn't raise my hand, so I don't. Okay.
I get
That
that
was a joke, by the way.
I get that the arcane eye is the easiest solution to Jar, but I'm trying to think for the satisfaction of everyone. If Angus leaves here feeling unsatisfied with what he's discovered, then that's going to play on his mind a bit. And I want to make sure that both our group and Talali, since we are a guest of a nation, are satisfied that nothing has been disturbed and we've gotten what we want out of this.
And I was also going to say, since people want to talk over each other, I can do the arcane eye, get what's written, and also do major image, so the obelisk or whatever is right in front of us, so we can see it, and Angus can see it in pure detail. It is anything else.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
That's great. Then I won't even go up. You do that, I can see it down here. Won't go up there, won't disturb their nests. Fine. I can fly up there if you prefer that. Or you can just do that and you can make it down here. But if you do that major image, are they gonna see it and get all spooked?
No.
Okay, I trust you. And, you know, there's the sound of him putting his hands up and his armor clinking together, and then a fat butt imprint on the ground as he just plops down.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to be a rude guest.
And we know you're not. We're just talking things out and finding all sorts of options is the best way to go about this.
Options and compromise. I'm not being sarcastic or a twat with that. No, honestly. I just don't want to miss an opportunity for something deeply valuable when, you know, lives and stuff are on the line.
The card
Well,
drops
that's a very nice option. So have at it.
Okay, drops concentration and invisibility, and then does Arcane Eye.
All right, cast a spell, and it is an invisible eye, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
As your senses, very similar to how you've done the scrying spell before, though there's no burning in your forehead, you find your senses beginning to sort of tunnel vision into this small, what you sense is some sort of orb of energy, and you send it up, and up towards this massive mesa. I believe you. I can actually give you an Arcane Eye here as well.
Yeah, I was trying to summon it, but it didn't want to.
Yeah. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it and I can move it.
All right. So 200 feet.
So,
I'll let you do it.
and so 200 feet. It did. No,
wrong
that's
one.
not.
Wrong one. That's the health. There you go.
Okay, then. There we go. Alright.
So, you see what Talali saw initially. The stone here appears weathered and aged. The ridge all around the edges is sort of sharp. Make me either a perception or an investigation check.
I'll do an investigation check as soon as I get as close to the tablet as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Can you still hear me?
And there is no response. He is still a stone.
No, like Arcane Eye, the only thing, it doesn't stop your other senses. You just gain an additional eye.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
And she'll look down to the Angus. Guess what? What is it?
I have a great idea. Skip that writing it down bit. Just read it aloud to me.
Okay.
You can read it too, right?
Yes. I can read it.
It will save you the time and paper. He clinks his head to nod in satisfaction.
Okay.
You can hear the spokes.
Before I roll, Janner,
Mm-hmm.
do I need to tick off the what is it? Those glasses of mine. The eyes of minute seeing.
This is a sight-based thing, so no. Oh, and
There you go. I believe in you.
feel a meaty hand on your shoulder as or arm as your guidance.
Okie dokie, and here we go.
Oh yeah, I forgot I was thinking about not being seen. It's okay, I'm not
As he
going up
immediately
there.
pops back into existence.
Why did that go to just a GM roll. What the fuck? I did.
I don't know.
Because my thing is click to public roll. Anyway.
So 26. Okay. The edge of this plateau is it's sharp, almost like it was shaved away. The four kind of 40-foot tall standing stones here are sort of flush with this plateau, and as you kind of as your eye drifts towards them, upon closer inspection, they are part of the same stone. You can see very faint, ancient-looking marks in this this stone beneath you. These are chisel marks. This pillar of rock must have at one point been much taller than it is now. Someone long ago must have carved out this entire plateau, standing stones and all, from one solid chunk of stone. And as your eye drifts over towards this sort of slab that is flush with the stone plateau here, the floor of it, you see inscribed upon it in giant text is the following.
Okay. As the jar slowly reads, a great warrior rests, for he died in glorious battle. His axes bore the blood of many dragons, and he brought great honor to the Frostsworn clan, the greatest of all Jotun clans. May the elements of the world itself guard him in death, for he was one among many whose sacrifice brought together all clans against the great scaled foe, a curse on those who disturb the rest of how you pronounce this last name again?
Jarl.
Jarl Uther.
Utir.
Utir.
Jarl
Utrir. There we go.
And
there are also notes that the four symbols that she can see. Is it a reminder of that last burial site?
You notice these large runes at the foot of each obelisk. These are giant runes for each element. From top left going clockwise: fire, air, ice, earth. It does remind you of that other burial site. And
your face is just dropped. Like, damn it.
Easy.
Right. She reads out the words word for word, and she just is the same sight as we encountered before the wall, going into the Morbog.
Oh, well, that other important lad, one of the dragon riders.
You also
yes.
notice inscribed upon the obelisks are more giant texts. These are murals. Each of these stones appear to be speaking to various powerful clans or tribes. Best you can tell, probably clans that existed during the times of the Akteshi Empire. The northwestern obelisk speaks of a clan whose best translation to trade tongue translates as the Flame Forged, a renowned clan of war masters and smiths who wove elemental fire with weapons and engines of war. The Northeastern Stone tells of the Stormborn clan, who ruled over the mountains of Vaskia. Of course, now that the Akteshi long gone, that's no longer the case. Supposedly, the Stormborn were masters of the seas and skies. The Southeastern Stone tells of the Frostsworn clan, a brutal warrior caste of frost giants that ruled a great swathe of land from the Dagmorn Highlands all the way to the Yorthrost in Mayland, or what is now known as Mayland. And finally, the Southwestern Stone weaves tales of the Stone Speakers, a caste of wizened stone and earth giants that spoke with the land and spoke with its elemental spirits, engraving their stories in stone and slate. They also wove webs of intrigue with their silver tongues.
And Jar repeats this verbatim. Okay. So it's just like before. The Jarlo feel bad to even try and attempt doing something like this with these critters up there. It would get very dangerous very fast.
This is invariably one of the important sites. One of the sites linked perhaps to that prophecy and that odd dragon rider. And these are important burial sites, at least so far, that have been of
Hold on.
dragon riders of history.
Hold up. Remember what Isil said about the great weapons for each that deal with each element or almost represented for each dragon?
Oh yeah.
Do you remember the name of one of them that almost referred to the white dragons as?
Let me think of it. I didn't write down all the fancy names.
I did, so...
Go ahead.
It is Pale Rage, a mace inspired by the White Dragons, Frost Swarm clan, or Frost Sworn clan. Great tongue, hard. It's Frost Sworn clan. So this may be the fellow that's connected to that.
Well, I mean, this is Leska speaking. It's like, well, I wouldn't be too sure since it specifically says his axes.
No, I'm saying connected to the clans.
Oh, I mean, if he's a giant, he is connected to the clans, is he not?
Yeah, but specifically
That's how it works.
yes, but the Frost Sworn clan in particular.
Yes.
So I would assume his axes would be almost similar to probably Pale in comparison to the Pale Rage,
But
from my
they would
understanding.
nonetheless be powerful and important.
Yes, but again, the problem is we have wildlife up there, and like when we went to open or deal with that site before, elements came to protect the tomb. It said it right when I read it.
I know, and I recall that. Do you remember seeing that giant man in the mirror that nearly killed me? That I had to wrestle dominance for?
I do remember, yes.
I'm
I was
pretty
there.
sure just by his size, by the way he spoke his tongue, thinking he may be a giant.
That's,
Don't know what else would be that big.
I don't think there's anything else that would be that big, to be honest with you.
Which means he would be seeking to bring back or gather the power of the important people and take their items. I firmly believe that this is going to be disturbed no matter what.
I feel like
Either by
that'd be a
him-
leap, my friend.
I wouldn't say so too much of a leap, because could, and this is from
So he-
journals, what you,
So the guy you're talking about could be a giant. So he's gonna go around disturbing all the giant
tombs.
ruins and tombs. Hate to break it to you, there'd be a lot of them.
I know.
This
Now-
entire continent be filled with them.
Now, I'm gonna ask
Alright.
this. Imagine if he was a necromancer and could raise the dead.
I
be simple.
have an idea on how to take this. Talali, how long are these gonna be nesting here? Just roughly.
How long would they be nesting there, Jenner?
Typically, the mating period of pterodons varies between about a month to 2 months. That's typically when they lay their eggs and sort of leave them to fend for themselves until they can fly.
And how long have they been here already?
Well, they've laid eggs.
They've laid eggs.
So, like, a month?
By possibly a month,
Like-
yeah.
So, a month left. Talali will give that information.
So
They've got something to say.
Well, let's finish a second. You going somewhere with that?
yeah, mostly that we could come back later. I do know, Angus, that you wanna get this here and now while you have the chance and are absolutely sure nobody else is around, but I'm kinda on Talali's side.
Hear me out on this. I understand that. These, what are these critters called?
Pteranodons.
Okay. Are they actually like they look? These reptiles.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Are they actually like they look? Are these reptiles?
The dinosaurs.
Right.
Kinda different.
Do they slow down in the cold? Do they lock up? Would they freeze to death? Or are they like, you know, say a ram, where it can shiver or keep itself warm? Is its blood as hot as the air around it, or hotter on the inside?
Are you asking if they warm or cold-blooded?
Aye.
I think they're warm-blooded. If they're essentially what become birds.
Were
reptile.
pterosaurs cold?
I think this is the awkward point because I think some dinosaurs technically are warm-blooded and others are cold-blooded. So it's sort of a weird middle big area.
Well, if I may make a suggestion,
So,
even
so it turns out pterodactyls and pterosaurs were actually warm-blooded.
okay. Quick thing. Even once we have a conclusion of our next steps, we still have to sort of plan that out and do it. Might I recommend that we sort of leave it here in our planning stages and maybe like years in the week because we are over time at the moment.
I know, I'm trying to finish this thing to get to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, but there's a lot of planning to do.
No, we'll let Atlas do his thing.
Yes.
The
I continue.
entire point. Alright, I'm just gonna say it, not waste the time, because you want to end. It's November, it's almost December. There's nests full of fucking eggs. They're frozen. Right? Up on top of here, up high. Even if it's desert, deserts get sub-freezing at night. And these things don't have feathers, or maybe they do, if they're actual birds and they're not like the dinosaur, Jurassic Park looking ones. These things are gonna hatch in December, when normally things you would expect to be laid in like spring and summer and when they would survive and not freeze to death. Logically thinking, unless we were doing some leyline magical, they're infused with the element of frost jet, those eggs are probably frozen and dead.
I would disagree if purely for the fact that they're there.
You think they wouldn't lay eggs if it was too cold? Or getting too cold?
Yeah. Like the fact that they're here, like they're obviously in the middle of nesting.
And
like,
plus,
I think the fact that there are eggs would mean that
Tanzia typically doesn't follow like the fall season. It's either dry season or wet season.
And this is a tropics.
It's like California with less fire.
Yeah.
But it's on a rock surrounded by sand and desert area here, with some shrubbery, right? But this is very a rocky mountainous area and sandy area. In the night of winter, where it gets to or sub-freezing levels.
But it's not.
Right. That's my process. Is the eggs would very likely die.
But
I mean, the fact that they're nesting would mean that they probably sit on them, and the fact that they're there, like, again, just the fact that they have laid eggs in this spot and that they are there disproves your theory. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
because I mean,
the argument I have for that is there have been plenty of, animals and things where the eggs have died and they continue to nest on it and they never leave, and then the mother dies. And that's a really big thing that happens with, like, alligators and other types of, critters in that way.
Yeah, a single nest and a single mother, not 6.
Hey man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit! I didn't see the 6th one.
Yeah, well, you said 6 earlier. Right. It's entirely possible, but these are things that happen. Could it be that everything's fine? Yes. Could it be that something's off? Potentially too, because it's weird for there to be a roosting season outside of what might normally be a roosting season.
But for Tanzia, Jen just said this is a normal roosting season. Like, the roosting season, quote unquote, isn't the same as it would be in mainland.
It's dry or wet, I understand that. But I'm also thinking, things get cold in the winter still regardless. If he says that, that's okay. I was just trying to fucking think about something and be creative and like, oh, well, maybe we don't have to feel bad, right?
So what does that sound?
I was just about to say that it might be the Tanzia's under the magical influence of their living gods. That's why the weather is not, frozen in winter. It can still get cold, but I don't think it will freeze.
Jenner said it was really cold when we first got here, and
that's on Jenner then.
That's okay. That's okay. If that's how it is, that's fine. Maybe it's just their normal seasons, and we go with it. I was just trying to pay attention to detail, and maybe have a creative solution to this.
Nothing wrong with that. It's important to get all the facts down.
Yeah.
So
although,
you ask questions, all about it.
Yeah. Right. So as you all ponder your approach to this potential site of a potential Akteshi burial site, we will end the session there.
Are you saying potential? It's confirmed.
But actually, mental exhaustion.
Gotta be dramatic.
Yeah. Right.
I got a question.
Have you stopped your recording?
I will stop recording in 3, 2, 1.